serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Oh God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Ooh, shall reign. Arise, oh compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) will conduct the 2023 general election using the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS). On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. This message is from the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) will conduct the 2023 general election using the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS). On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. This message is from the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy.
The INEC Bimodal Voter Accreditation System (BVAS) will be used for verification and authentication of voters on election day. On arrival at the polling unit on election day, an eligible voter will present his or her permanent voter card (PVC) to the INEC official for identification. The INEC official shall collect the permanent voter card from the eligible voter and proceed to identify the voter by entering the voter information on the PVC into the election dashboard on the BVAS equipment to activate the process of verification. If an eligible voter is genuinely registered and belongs to the designated polling unit, the BVAS will identify the voter. The poll official will proceed with verification and authentication by tapping on the found Verify Fingerprint icon to activate the fingerprint scanner and request the voter to place his or her finger on the fingerprint scanner to verify and authenticate the voter. If the fingerprint scan is successful, the BVAS will display it. If the fingerprint scan fails, the BVAS will display and the poll officer will proceed to tap on the Verify Photo icon to activate the photo camera to continue with facial authentication and request to capture the voter's facial photograph. If authentication is successful, the BVAS will display. If authentication is not successful, the BVAS will display. Upon successful verification and authentication using the BVAS, the eligible voter will be allowed to proceed and cast his or her vote. The INEC Bimodal Voter Accreditation System (BVAS) will be used for verification and authentication of voters on election day. On arrival at the polling unit on election day, an eligible voter will present his or her permanent voter card (PVC) to the INEC official for identification. The INEC official shall collect the permanent voter card from the eligible voter and proceed to identify the voter by entering the voter information on the PVC into the election dashboard on the BVAS equipment to activate the process of verification. If an eligible voter is genuinely registered and belongs to the designated polling unit, the BVAS will identify the voter. The poll official will proceed with verification and authentication by tapping on the found Verify fingerprint icon to activate the fingerprint scanner and request the voter to place his or her finger on the fingerprint scanner to verify and authenticate the voter. If the fingerprint scan is successful, the BVAS will display it. If the fingerprint scan fails, the BVAS will display and the poll officer will proceed to tap on the Verify photo icon to activate the photo camera to continue with facial authentication and request to capture the voter's facial photograph. If authentication is successful, the BVAS will display. If authentication is not successful, the BVAS will display. Upon successful verification and authentication using the BVAS, the eligible voter will be allowed to proceed and cast his or her vote. The INEC Bimodal Voter Accreditation System (BVAS) will be used for verification and authentication of voters on election day. On arrival at the polling unit on election day, an eligible voter will present his or her permanent voter card (PVC) to the INEC official for identification. The INEC official shall collect the permanent voter card from the eligible voter and proceed to identify the voter by entering the voter information on the PVC into the election dashboard on the BVAS equipment to activate the process of verification. If an eligible voter is genuinely registered and belongs to the designated polling unit, the BVAS will identify the voter. The poll official will proceed with verification and authentication by tapping on the found Verify fingerprint icon to activate the fingerprint scanner and request the voter to place his or her finger on the fingerprint scanner to verify and authenticate the voter. If the fingerprint scan is successful, the BVAS will display it. If the fingerprint scan fails, the BVAS will display and the poll officer will proceed to tap on the Verify photo icon to activate the photo camera to continue with facial authentication and request to capture the voter's facial photograph. If authentication is successful, the BVAS will display. If authentication is not successful, the BVAS will display. Upon successful verification and authentication.
Good morning, viewers around the world. You're welcome to News Echo's Election 2023 Situation Report. Yes, we are getting our situation report in Nigeria. Presently, Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria, is conducting the 2023 presidential election, senatorial House of Rep election, senatorial elections. And we want to be giving the updates. So presently, we have an update from Surulere. Surulere is giving us something. Surulere, can you go ahead?
Like that, how can I be a male? I am not a male. You can see that from here. It's from here. There's a manipulation here.
A polling unit
051. $21
has been
tampered with.
the INEC voters register.
The INEC man here is like they have tampered
They are female on the card, female on the list, female on INEC website, but male on Beaver's machine, which is wrong.
My name is here in the list, and how would I be like today somewhere else? That is that.
a male. When you tell people like that, how can I be a male? I am not a male.
You can see
They are doing something here. They are doing something from here. It's from here. There's a manipulation here.
a polling unit
051.
051 Kajola, 21 Kajola.
Has been tampered with.
The INEC voters
The INEC man here is like they have tampered this.
Their card shows their sex, where even they are female on the card, female on the list, female on INEC website, but male on Beaver's machine, which is wrong.
My name is here in the list, and how would I be like today somewhere else? That is that.
A male. When you tell
051 polling unit 051 is telling us that the registration is something else. The Beaver machine is showing a different gender, and it's a different gender that has registered. But when you come to the Beaver machine, it is showing another kind of gender. So if you've registered as a male voter, the Beaver machine in that area is indicating female. So something is wrong with that machine. So we are bringing this notice. Let's hear that again. We are bringing this notice.
when you tell people like that, how can I be a male? I am not a male.
You can see
They are doing something here. They are doing something from here. It's from here. There's a manipulation here.
a polling unit 051 Kajola, 21 Kajola.
Has been tampered with.
The INEC voters
The INEC man here is like they have tampered this.
Their card shows their sex, where even they are female on the card, female on the list, female on INEC website, but male on Beaver's machine, which is wrong.
My name is here in the list, and how would I be like today somewhere else?
Polling unit 051. We are going to make calls and find out who that INEC official is and what has happened to that machine. Why is the machine showing something else and the registered name is something else? So you're live to SSM News Echo Election 2023 Situation Room, and we're still monitoring. We've asked our on-ground officers to send in clips as they come in. We are giving real-time updates. We are telling Nigerians, we are showing Nigerians how things should be done, what should be done. We are also beaming it to the world, the global audience. Thank you very much.
Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) will conduct the 2023 general election using the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS). On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. This message is from the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) will conduct the 2023 general election using the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS). On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. This message is from the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy.
The INEC bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) will be used for verification and authentication of voters on election day. On arrival at the polling unit on election day, an eligible voter will present his or her permanent voter card (PVC) to the INEC official for identification. The INEC official shall collect the permanent voter card from the eligible voter and proceed to identify the voter by entering the voter information on the PVC into the election dashboard on the BVAS equipment to activate the process of verification. If an eligible voter is genuinely registered and belongs to the designated polling unit, the BVAS will identify the voter. The poll official will proceed with verification and authentication by tapping on the found Verify Fingerprint icon to activate the fingerprint scanner and request the voter to place his or her finger on the fingerprint scanner to verify and authenticate the voter. If the fingerprint scan is successful, the BVAS will display it. If the fingerprint scan fails, the BVAS will display and the poll officer will proceed to tap on the Verify Photo icon to activate the photo camera to continue with facial authentication and request to capture the voter's facial photograph. If authentication is successful, the BVAS will display. If authentication is not successful, the BVAS will display. Upon successful verification and authentication using the BVAS, the eligible voter will be allowed to proceed and cast his or her vote. The INEC bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) will be used for verification and authentication of voters on election day. On arrival at the polling unit on election day, An eligible voter will present his or her permanent voter card (PVC) to the INEC official for identification. The INEC official shall collect the permanent voter card from the eligible voter and proceed to identify the voter by entering the voter information on the PVC into the election dashboard on the BVAS equipment to activate the process of verification. If an eligible voter is genuinely registered and belongs to the designated polling unit, the BVAS will identify the voter. The poll official will proceed with verification and authentication by tapping on the found Verify fingerprint icon to activate the fingerprint scanner and request the voter to place his or her finger on the fingerprint scanner to verify and authenticate the voter. If the fingerprint scan is successful, the BVAS will display it. If the fingerprint scan fails, the BVAS will display and the poll officer will proceed to tap on the Verify photo icon to activate the photo camera to continue with facial authentication and request to capture the voter's facial photograph. If authentication is successful, the BVAS will display. If authentication is not successful, the BVAS will display. Upon successful verification and authentication using the BVAS, the eligible voter will be allowed to proceed and cast his or her vote. The INEC Bimodal Voter Accreditation System (BVAS) will be used for verification and authentication of voters on election day. On arrival at the polling unit on election day, an eligible voter will present his or
Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome again. As updates begin to roll, we promise to be giving all those updates. We have a photo of our the LP presidential candidate casting his votes. The LP presidential candidate, we have a photo of him casting his votes, and we are happy to see that something is really going on there. Also, we are having updates from the north of Nigeria, north central, and the information is that people have come out en masse to cast their votes. People are trooping out. People are taking doing what that is needed to be done. Doing what is needed to be done, and so far it's quite an impressive outing. This is there's a video that has just come in now from I think that is what part of Nigeria is that? There's a video that is on here now. That's from Kano State. Kano State. Kano is voting. Kano State, Nigeria. People are voting. People are voting. Kano State. Let us bring up the video while the music goes on. So this is Peter Obi, LP presidential candidate, casting his vote. In his word, he is casting his vote. He's doing the needful. He's not wearing any campaign dress. Rather, he is wearing an ordinary mufti, and he's casting his votes. So Peter Obi has gone to cast his votes. The ALP presidential candidates. While we also wait for other clips we can get our hands on. In Kano, the turnout is impressive in some local governments, and people are voting their conscience. It's time to take Nigeria, change the landscape, change everything, change the political system. So let's see the video from Kano.
fellow Nigerians, this is Chinwe from Lusaka, Zambia, wishing Nigeria a free, fair and successful election. May God help us. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, ADC na the party for you and me.
Good morning, fellow Nigerians. This is that year we've all been waiting for. I want to wish you a happy new year. Welcome to the year 2023. 2023 is our year of ushering in a new Nigeria. For Nigerians in the diaspora, I urge you to please, if you have your PVC, if you can make it back home, go home and be part of the voting. Go home before February 25th, when we'll be ushering in new leadership, new ways of doing things, and a better Nigeria for ourselves. And if you can make it, I urge you to talk to your people back home. Make them see the importance of bringing a dynamic new set of leadership in Nigeria. This is the year for ADC, African Democratic Congress. Now, ADC, aside the presidential candidate, ADC has about 1,000 and something number of legislators. They'll be going into the different arms of lawmaking, the House of Rep, the House of Senate. Now, you don't want to miss this. ADC is the dynamic party. ADC is a party with a great sense of leadership. ADC has these candidates that are ready to usher in for us a new Nigeria. So we're checking ADC leadership. We're voting for ADC leadership. ADC in the House of Rep, ADC in the House of Senate, ADC in all angles of lawmaking policy. So please vote ADC. Vote ADC 2023 election. Be sure you're having your PVC. Make sure you're voting well, wisely, and you're voting for ADC. Thank you. So my name is Mark Godwin Iwe-Juwan, ADC Diaspora Social and Media Director, and I approve this message. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The INEC Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS, will be used for verification and authentication of voters on election day. On arrival at the polling unit on election day, an eligible voter will present his or her permanent voter card, PVC, to the INEC official for identification. The INEC official shall collect the permanent voter card from the eligible voter and proceed to identify the voter by entering the voter information on the PVC into the election dashboard on the BVAS equipment to activate the process of verification. If an eligible voter is genuinely registered and belongs to the designated polling unit, the BVAS will identify the voter. The poll official will proceed with verification and authentication by tapping on the found Verify fingerprint icon to activate the fingerprint scanner and request the voter to place his or her finger on the fingerprint scanner to verify and authenticate the voter. If the fingerprint scan is successful, the BVAS will display it. If the fingerprint scan fails, the BVAS will display, and the poll officer will proceed to tap on the Verify photo icon to activate the photo camera to continue with facial authentication and request to capture the voter's facial photograph. If authentication is successful, the BVAS will display. If authentication is not successful, the BVAS will display. Upon successful verification and authentication using the BVAS, the eligible voter will be allowed to proceed and cast his or her vote. The INEC Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS, will be used for verification and authentication of voters on election day. On arrival at the polling unit on election day, an eligible voter will present his or her permanent voter card, PVC, to the INEC official for identification. The INEC official shall collect the permanent voter card from the eligible voter and proceed to identify the voter by entering the voter information on the PVC into the election dashboard on the BVAS equipment to activate the process of verification. If an eligible voter is genuinely registered and belongs to the designated polling unit, the BVAS will identify the voter.
How you place that side by side?
The poll of
played out now.
Interestingly, it's not only in Anambra, in Imo, there are quite a number of places.
Yes, but I just want to stick with Anambra.
But in relation to Anambra State, surprisingly, it's so peaceful. And I must say that this could have been the result of a combination of efforts on the part of security services and cooperation with the state government. They've been able to ensure some reasonable security for the people so that they can cast their votes. We won't take that away from the security services.
Right. When you look at the number of turnout of voters thus far, even though we are waiting till later in the day to, totally conclude, if you can say, yes, there was a number of them. We'll say, when you look at the summary of registered voters and PVCs collected from Anambra, we have over 2 million persons. And when you see what we saw on screen, how would you say that we've seen perhaps a good number come out to cast their ballot?
What we've seen so far could also be misleading because Agulu
is just
a small town, a little bit better than a village. It's a small town. You still need to look at the votes from Oka, the turnout in Onitsha. Those are the major places where we need to watch out for. But in relation to Agulu, even for a small town like that, the turnout seems to be impressive. But we should expect the same trend in Onitsha, Oka, and some other places in Anambra.
Right. Now, Jide, if you look at how the election has been, would you say that INEC has been able to consolidate on the Electoral Act as it is?
Yes. In many ways, you could say that INEC has been able to improve on its processes. INEC has been able to incrementally give us elections that are better than previous ones. What we want to see is electoral integrity. We want our elections to be free, fair, credible. We want a situation in which the people's votes count. We want to see violence completely taken away from our elections. And even where violence happens, we don't want to see it have a significant impact on the election. You can see that ballot snatching, for example, has almost been eliminated.
Right.
And there was something that happened during the 2019 general election that INEC has found a way to solve, which is if a returning officer is forced to announce a result that he is convinced he shouldn't have announced. For example, if somebody who lost an election forces a presiding officer to announce him as the winner at gunpoint, INEC has inserted into the Electoral Act that portion that ensures that is a nullity, that effort is a nullity. We saw it happen in Imo State, and INEC complained that that person was not the winner of the election, but that the result was announced at gunpoint. The matter went to court. In the end, the person who was accused of forcing the returning officer or the presiding officer to announce that result at gunpoint prevailed in the court. So INEC now is sure that if that happens again, that person would have merely wasted his time. So the laws are getting better and helping us to move closer and closer to credible elections. Beavers is an improvement over the card reader.
Yes.
So I long to see that time when no one will be allowed to vote if it's not permitted by Beavers to vote. Beavers as electronic accreditation module is much better than anything that we have had. It means that if it's not you, then nobody can vote in your place, as we've had in previous elections. Then the issue of underage voting had put us to shame as a nation for years, especially in northern Nigeria.
Yes.
Again, underage voting will not happen. The law does not permit it to happen, and INEC is bent on ensuring that this time around we do not see that. So we are moving closer and closer to achieving electoral integrity, which is what everyone should be happy about.
And what the president promised to deliver.
Yes, yes, he promised to deliver that. He was slow about it, but in the end, with the contributions of everyone, including INEC's, including INEC's foreign, how do I describe them now?
Observers.
Not observers, supporters of INEC's desires to give us credible elections. You know, those foreign agencies,
yes,
they are supporting them with training of their men. They are supporting them even with funds. You know, so what those people want to see is a Nigeria where the voter is the king, not a Nigeria where, in spite of the voter, corrupt politicians emerge as winners of elections. So as long as we continue to have these improvements in our electoral process, I can tell you that even our leaders will get better in terms of delivering the dividends of democracy.
If you could just hold your thoughts, we have one of the presidential contenders for the presidential candidacy of the country addressing the press in Kano.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, we couldn't get that. We missed that. But then our correspondent will definitely bring us details of his speech, and we'll bring it for you later on. All right, we have Sifon Essien in Bauchi to bring us up to speed with events there. Sifon, how is it going with accreditation and voting?
Well, in many parts of the Bauchi metropolis, a number of the polling units started on time. The accreditation went smoothly. The BVAS was used effectively. However, at this registration area center at the Duku school, it's well past 10 o'clock, getting well past 11 o'clock, and INEC is still deploying materials. Now, these materials are being deployed to ad hoc staff who would then move them to the polling units. So that means a number of polling units who should be getting their materials from this center are without materials as we speak. That could mean that voters would wake up in the morning, wrong those polling units, waited now 2, 3, 4 hours, and without officials and materials on site. Many of them could think of going back home or may have gone back home. But as I speak at Barkelduku school, where you have the rack, materials are still being sorted out. Some have left actually, but a number of them are still awaiting materials to be deployed or given to them for them to move to the locations where they would, set up the polls for voters to participate.
Do we know the reason for the delay?
No official reason has yet been given. A while ago, the resident electoral commissioner was here to see things for himself. He encouraged the officials on ground to step up action to make sure these materials leave this location as fast as possible. But as you can see, a number of the officials are still hustling to get their materials given to them so they can convey them out of this location to the polling unit for which they have been assigned.
Right. Could you quickly give us a sense of what the security situation is across the state?
Well, so far it's been cool and calm. The commissioner of police has been, going around the state patrolling and also monitoring activities. So far, there's been no breach of the peace in Bauchi metropolis, and even in the suburbs, we've not yet received any report that peace has been breached. And it's cool and calm, like the military persons would say. But what the voters want is the materials getting out of here to the polling centers in time so they can cast their ballot, because time is ticking.
Absolutely. We'll definitely get back to you for more updates from Bauchi. Abiodun, we come to you on that. Time is ticking. It's almost 12 o'clock. Like we mentioned earlier, 2 p.m. for the end of accreditation. We do not know if they will extend the time, and materials are yet to be deployed to some polling units.
Yes, it's exactly a case of mixed fortune, where while in some places materials are delayed, but they still get to the right places within reasonable time of, say, between 9 and 11. In some cases, you have materials being at the, and INEC officials being at their desk as early as 8. And now we're beginning to see more cases of delay. Even this is a more serious delay, given the fact that accreditation has to stop at 2. So I don't know what INEC intends to do in that situation. I cannot see INEC deliberately depriving voters of the right to vote, particularly if the delay is from their own end. So one way or the other, they probably will have to extend the time from 2 o'clock till 4 o'clock, because at 6 o'clock, voting must stop. But they can extend the accreditation time, from 2 to 4 to allow people the opportunity to get accredited and be able to cast their vote.
Jide, you might want to weigh in on this aspect of the delay.
Yes, and I'm surprised that it was reporting from Bauchi Metropolis, and this has happened. I don't see why INEC should be late in delivering ballot materials to any location in the metropolis. There's no reason for that. A lot of people will be disenfranchised as a result of this. Some will live in...
After waiting for so long?
Yes, some will live for their homes in anger. And it then means that this election will be extended beyond the official hours. In Osun State, they voted up to 10 p.m. during the governorship election. They were still voting, even after 10 p.m. in some locations. So I foresee that if they are just delivering ballot materials at this time, and those ballot materials will still be taken to some local governments or some communities probably far away, voting will be extended. It is not the fault of the voters. INEC knows that it has no choice but to extend voting where it is at fault for the delay in commencing voting. So I don't think the time ceiling of 2 p.m. will work in this case, because if you try to do that, it can even lead to violence. So I'm sure INEC will do the right thing, which is to extend the time ceiling.
The INEC chair must be getting a situation report from across the country, and so perhaps we might get a briefing much later.
Yes, but we should also be mindful of one thing. We've seen examples of where beavers were used, and this kind of delay happened. And like Jide correctly said, voting was extended till 10 p.m. But what was the outcome? We had cases of overvoting.
Right.
We had cases of overvoting. INEC should have learned from what happened in Osun and prevent this kind of situation. If you cannot distribute materials in the city, how do you distribute it in the riverine areas and in the hinterlands?
Yes.
How would you be able to get those materials there at the right time? So this is very, very worrying. And I think INEC needs to do a little bit better than this, in other elections. There mustn't be a repeat of this kind of situation. Otherwise, it's going to erode the credibility of INEC and also erode the gains, made so far in terms of tidying up the system. The moment people lose confidence in INEC, then that is it. What is the point?
Because I was going to speak to the matter of confidence in the system as it is now. We have said the improvement made to the Electoral Act has brought in some form of sanity to ensuring free, fair, and perhaps credible elections. But with this situation on the ground, that is challenging that, yes.
Coming with Osun, where we now know overvoting is possible. And then the specific condition that existed in Osun, was what led to it. The fact that INEC did not get materials there in time, and votings were extended till late in the night. You know, and we are beginning to see a replay of that in Bauchi, so it's scary. I hope something will be done urgently to fix this problem. Otherwise, what's the point in having beavers if you will end up having overvoting?
Right.
The INEC has also taken steps to increase the number of polling centers.
Yes.
To decongest some
polling
center, because when you have so many people accredited to vote at a particular location,
it extends the time.
It then means that the time for voting will be extended, you know, because there are many. So in polling, what INEC foresees is a situation in which no polling center should have more than 500 persons. But the problem in this case is, even if they don't have more than 500 persons, if the process doesn't begin on time, there's nothing you can do about it. The people will vote right into the night. Because beavers, the beavers would have to be used. The law does not permit you to bypass it. And if it has to be used, it takes time. It takes some time to use, to use electronic means to identify the voter.
Yes.
So when you put, when you bear all of this in mind, and you look at the average time that it takes to ascertain that an individual is the right person to vote, or is the owner of that PVC, you put all of that together, you are looking at maybe on the average 500 persons in the polling unit that need to be accredited. Let's even assume that all of them came to vote. There's no way the election will not be extended. And I saw in 2019 in Kaduna, the governor was on the queue.
Yes.
They didn't bring materials on time.
Yes.
He was on the queue for hours.
Yes.
They didn't bring materials on time. And for that reason, voting was extended into the week, late into the night. In Benue State, the same thing happened. 11 o'clock, people were still voting.
Putting into consideration the security situation across the country as well.
That is, in fact, it puts the lives of the voter at risk, because that polling center could be attacked, by rival parties and all that. But the point I'm making is, in setting time ceiling for the electoral process to be concluded, INEC must bear in mind its own failings, where you are unable to fulfill your own obligations in good time. You compromise the time ceiling that you have set. People say, accreditation must end by 2 p.m. And you are bringing ballot materials
at almost 12 o'clock.
In fact, some won't get it until like 1 or even almost 2, because as we were watching the visuals, we saw that some had not received theirs.
Yes.
And we don't know where they are even taking it to. It could be far away. So accreditation could actually be beginning at a time when it should have stopped.
Yes.
Which would inexorably extend the time of the election. In this case, it's not the fault of the voter. In fact, it's frustrating to the voter to be on the queue for hours, just waiting and waiting for these ballot materials. For me, INEC has had a whole year, if not more than a year, to prepare for this election. The Electoral Act has also ensured that INEC got the money for the election approved 1 whole year to the election. All of this was done to ensure that they're able to prepare much better than before.
Process.
Yes. So you can have money approved for you 1 whole year to the election,
and we're witnessing
and
something
not
like
be able to plan adequately. I know I'm tempted to think that even this cash crunch that the CBN has visited on the rest of us is a factor in some of these delays. We've not had them speak, but I don't think drivers will agree to deliver ballot materials anywhere if they are not paid. So who knows? When the day, a friend of mine called me to say, look, INEC said they will release, CBN said it will release money to INEC on Tuesday. He called me to say, look, you better start shouting. This is Tuesday, INEC has not been given money. All these things have a way of affecting INEC's preparations for the D-Day. And this is what we are seeing. This may not be the worst that we'll hear today.
True.
Yes, we probably would hear that some didn't get material until 6 p.m. This kind of hiccups need to stop. Yes, you can have a very good plan on paper, but if you do not implement your plan competently, we'll have this kind of issues. And the voter is the loser, because I'm telling you, a lot of people would have gone home in anger and not returned.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, speaking about the cash crunch, its impact on this election, the CBN had said that it was to address the matter of vote buying, talk about the security, address matters of security, and all of it. But then we are beginning to see some other areas that it seems that the CBN didn't, consider might be the ripple effect of its decision.
Yes, the CBN has told Nigerians what they feel like telling Nigerians. It's not the duty of the CBN to conduct elections or to stop vote buying. That has nothing to do with CBN. The CBN function is basically,
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote buying, vote selling, or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms @official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
Good afternoon. I am Aaron Akirojala. I want to say we have a special coverage of the 2023 Nigerian presidential and National Assembly elections. My colleague here is with me, Nee.
Yes, good to have you with us. And as we make progress, our constitutional lawyer, Liberos Shoma, who is here with us in the local studio, and from Arise Abuja Studio, Professor Adele Jinadu. Good to have you both with us. And of course, we're going to start with Liberos. It's good to have you with us.
My pleasure.
All right, we've seen the elections, which has progressed. It has started for some time now, and we've seen all the crowd issues in some of the venues. But I'd like your thoughts from going into this election and where we are today. Liberos.
Yeah, I like the fact that the election is here, and all of the presumptions and the fears entertained by a lot of people. You saw the way people were buying in the supermarket as if we were going for war. And there were also rumors that the election might be postponed and the government of the day might not want to leave. But you're here and people are, going out to cast their ballot. And the process in most areas have been seamless, barring one or two logistics and late arrival of materials. But by and large, what it tells me is that if given the opportunity, Nigerians are ready to conduct themselves, no matter the fears, no matter the challenges. And there are some areas where there's even no presence of security operatives, but you see the people comport themselves, and went about their normal duties. And we've seen security operatives also patrolling, like in Lagos, but nobody had been harassed so far in these axis of town. And, and the process for INEC, I kudos to them also. The process has been very seamless. 10, maximum 12 minutes, you've cast your ballot, and you still see people hanging around, trying to eventually see the outcome of the.
Do you think to a large extent that BVAS technology is actually working here? Because we saw them being attended to as quickly as possible in some venues.
Unlike the 2015, where the card readers, you had incidents of massive card reader failure, but the BVAS is different, so we've not had, cries of people saying the BVAS is unable to identify my, biometrics, or, I can't find my information on the BVAS and the rest. So it's really a game changer. I was talking to a few young men just before stepping up, and they said, well, they like the fact that INEC has introduced a novel idea, and he's really made the process so seamless, and you no longer see that massive crowd, people struggling to vote and say, oh, I can't find my name, or, I've not been able to accredit since I came in this morning, apart from the fact that, you have late arrival of materials in certain areas. So it really has, changed a lot of things. What that also means is that if we'll consistently introduce and innovate technology, in our election management process, you can eliminate a lot of manipulations and allow the people free will to determine who will govern them.
All right, let's cross over to Abuja, where we have Professor Jinadu. And Professor, I wanted to just get your overall assessment of all that happened. Arise News has been extensive in their coverage of the presidential candidates, the leading ones. And just give us your overview of what you've seen today, from accreditation to voting. Let's get your perspective.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back on Arise. And I agree entirely with the analysis assessment that my co-guest has offered. I think it shows that a lot of work has been put into the electoral process by INEC and, to a large extent, the security agencies. I just came out of the CDD Guest Analysis Center now, and the report we are getting from across the country, from our field officers, show that apart from glitches few glitches and issues here and there, which are to be expected given the vast logistic exercise that is involved in the elections. I think we've started off on a good note. And hopefully, things will continue the way they've started. So that is what we are tracking. But so far, I think we have a much better start than we've experienced in the past immediate electoral cycles.
Very good, Professor Jinadu. If I may come back to you, Liberos, just like the professor mentioned, the fact that there are a few glitches every now and then. I know when I have to cover some off-season elections, that is to be expected. You can't have everything like 100%, as it were. But let's take a look at this scenario. A candidate needs to have the most votes at 25% of ballots cast in 2/3 of Nigeria. States to be declared winner. And if no one achieves that, there will be a runoff within 21 days, which is a first in Nigeria's history. What if we don't achieve that? Because earlier on, there were probably some thoughts that this election might go for runoff at this stage because of the individualism of the candidates.
Yeah, but before I answer that your question, I would say, yeah, while we expect a few glitches here and there, but there are some that are recurrent. Take, for example, in I think the RAC Center in Makurdi, Urukrum roundabout in Makurdi, where INEC officials had had, materials hostage that their allowances had not been paid. I know somewhere also in Delta State. I think we should have moved past that level where you remember the Anambra scenario, was it one local government in Anambra during the election? Then you had scenario.
Liberals, permit me to just allow you press a pause button, and we'll come back to that particular point because it's very, very important. But let's get to hear from the presidential candidates, the lady wants, and let's start it off with the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, as well as his vice presidential candidate, Ifeanyi Okowa. We'll be going around most of them, but this is Atiku speaking and Okowa also speaking separately after voting. Let's get to hear from him.
I think it's a worthwhile exercise, but then I think as far as the accessibility, new currency to the ordinary man, I think it needs to be done. I am very optimistic.
We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work. And we have put out our documents there. Our documents are covenant with Nigerians, and we believe in what we have spoken to Nigerians. We are not deceitful in what we do. We are prepared. A prepared team, a prepared party to take charge over the affairs of Nigeria. We do know exactly that at the moment, Nigeria is not working the way it ought to work. But we are confident that working with all Nigerians, the private sector, the public sector, and all our people across Nigeria, working in a united manner, that we are able to tackle all the issues of insecurity, the issue of the poor economy that we are suffering from, the restructuring of this country, the education of our children, which is key, the fact that we need to create jobs for our nation, the fact that we need to develop powers to every part of this country and to ensure that the states have more funds. We are confident in what we do, and we thank God for the very peaceful elections. I must truly say thank you to INEC for what we see at the moment, and we say thank you to Mr. President for ensuring that there is fairness in this election.
That was the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku earlier, and of course, his vice presidential candidate, Okowa there. Now, Vice President candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Dati Ahmed, has cast his ballot at polling unit 21, Tudunwada Ward in Zaria, Kaduna State. He expressed satisfaction at the conduct of the process and commended the electoral for conducting themselves cordially.
Our most peaceful campaigns all over Nigeria, one of its kind, is the first testament to which, but there is this caveat that we are all skipping, so to put it, that as long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just. So keep that in mind. However, even to the contrary of that, we have never been the kind of people that will incite anything besides peace. But we also insist firmly on justice being done.
And now moving on, Rivers Governor Nyesom Wike has expressed disappointment over the functionality of the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS machine, in his polling units. Governor Wike arrived at his polling unit 7 in Ward 9 in Obio Akpo local government area with his wife, Justice Suzette Eberechi Wike, at about 10:30 a.m. According to him, he and his wife could not be accredited. He noted that over 20 minutes of unsuccessful tries, a female electoral officer appealed to him to check back. Meanwhile, Governor Wike has described the early process as a failure and says he is disappointed with the functionality of the machine at his polling units.
You can see the failure. I'm highly disappointed. We're all told that INEC can express confidence that they are ready for the election, that the beavers are working. They can set the crowd here. I don't believe that most people will be allowed to vote with the slow working of the beavers, because I stayed over 25 minutes there, and yet I couldn't vote, and I was told to go and come back. And for that, they would have rectified the beavers. So I'm highly disappointed.
Governor Wike there. Now in Alhaji Kukawa unit, Maiduguri, where the APC vice presidential candidate will cast his vote. It's 9:30 o'clock, but voters have not seen the voting materials. The INEC officials also are not on ground. According to situations there, voters arrived early morning to cast their votes, but they are disappointed as no INEC staff appear at the polling unit. Now, these voters are still waiting for the arrival of voting materials. They are disappointed by this move so far.
We are waiting for them. We are waiting for them more than 1 hour plus now. And they give us time around 8:30 to be around. So up to now, we see them, don't know what is going on, nothing at all. We still expect them to pick up. But now I'm disappointed because there's time for everything. We've got so many places now that are about to finish their own master.
And let's cross on out to Anambra State, where we are being joined by the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. I want to say thank you very much for joining us on this very special day. And we want to say to you, first of all, kicking off things, you have cast your vote. Talk to us about the turnout. Governor Wike complained about failure in his own end in Rivers State, Obiakpo, and the polling unit there. Talk to us, how was voting accreditation, first of all, then voting in your own polling unit?
Well, mine is, I'll say, is fairly okay. I came to the polling units, queued up like every other voter. I think I was number 20-something. And within a short time, I was accredited, then went through the beavers process, which was seamless, and I voted. So for me, it was okay. But I can't use it to assess what is happening all over the country until I hear reports on other people's experience. In my own situation, it was okay. The line was moving on seamlessly.
For these elections, there were concerns that the Southeast people might be under some kind of influence, that they might not come out en masse to vote. And even Ohanes Indigo had to come out, to appeal to people to come out and vote. So what are your thoughts from where you are in Anambra and to a larger extent in the Southeast, how would you assess people's response to vote in these very crucial elections?
Well, I can tell you that from where I stand, the people's response were very, very okay. You know, the Southeast issue of election and everything, I'd always said is somehow exaggerated, because I remember when we started campaign, people said we will not be able to campaign in the Southeast. And because of it, I made sure I campaigned in open markets, I campaigned everywhere and everything. Even when journalists and everybody was coming here this morning, they all told me, we came here looking to see police and military and everything. And I said to them, I'm in my village. I cannot be sitting here with tanks and police or security in my village. And we live like common family.
All right, okay, let's talk about the electoral umpire, INEC, and what they've done so far. Give us your assessment of them, and what are you expecting from them today? Very special day, I must say.
Well, what I'm expecting from, well, for me, I said, what happened at my polling unit is fairly okay, and they've done a good work. If that is what is happening all over the country, I'm yet to get the reports and assessments of what is happening all over the country. If that is the same, all I urge them to go ahead and ensure free, fair, and credible election to the end.
Very good, Mr. Obi. Now, I know you mentioned earlier that you de-emphasized security details regarding your own personal security, as it were. But generally, you know, I think to a large extent, 300,000 plus security personnel have been deployed by the police so far. But in Anambra, how would you describe their deployment in relation to these elections?
Well, I don't know what is happening. Like I said, for me, I've campaigned all over Nigeria. I've campaigned in the Southeast, and I feel there's insecurity all over Nigeria. That of the Southeast is not exceptional, rather it's often been exaggerated. And they tend to listen to some rogue actors making statements that are not factual, or showing videos that don't exist. You know, videos that are of what has happened in the past, and using it to compare what is happening today. I've been in Anambra a few days now, moving around. I've not had any reason to say, oh, well, it's very insecure.
All right, Mr. Peter Obi, please talk to us. What do you make of the situations that are reaching us that the Labour Party logo is missing on some ballot papers? All right, people express concern, especially in Ondo State. Talk to us about this.
Well, we expected in the ballot paper to show clearly the LP sign is not there, and somebody had told me that in some states the logo is completely missing. Well, I'm worried. I don't know why it should be. I think now is we should have been going the way other smaller nations of Africa is doing, like Ghana, where they don't only have the names, you have your picture, boldly written, and the party. After the number of people contesting the election, it's only 18 of us. They should have had our pictures and everything, but I'm not complaining. It's a process.
All right, Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour Party, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, would like to thank you for taking the time to speak with Arise News. Good to have you, and we wish you the best of luck. And now we'll continue with our discussions with Liberals. Shoma is still with us in the studio. Now, earlier on, just before we, cut you off, we're talking about the issue of a runoff possibility, within the next 21 days. But you're also making another valid point regarding
logistic issues.
Yes, yes.
And also now, Governor Nyesom Wike has added to the issues in non-functionality of the beavers. INEC also had said that they were going to deploy extra beavers to some of these areas in quick response. I think, some of such places should have, a quick response so that at the end of the day, you have a situations where everybody is allowed to go through the process, so that we don't have a situation where some persons are commending the process heavily. You have some other persons who are giving them heavily knock, transparently saying what is happening. And then on the issue of a clear-cut winner, with the turnout that we have seen, 93 million registered voters. I think about 87 or 88.
87 plus, 87 plus.
PVCs collected. Yes. You find out that every election, we never achieve 50% of actual voters. We never achieve 50% of actual voters. But consistently, we have achieved, the threshold of the requirement for winning the election. If you look at the three major contending candidates, not the four now, but I think that all of the three major contending candidates would be able to score at least, a quarter of the two-third in the entire two-third state. In the event that that does not happen, which I very much doubt, because before now, a lot of people had said, look, the election is it might get to a runoff. But I doubt, because once all the three major candidates are able to cross that threshold, what you now begin to look at is who breaks the tape first. Because first and foremost, you must have a highest number and is able to have the spread. And with the campaigns that we have seen, also, almost all these three major candidates have that spread across the federation, in the north, in the south, and in the west. So 25% of vote cast, not the number of registered voters, but the vote cast in these areas, I think it will be easy for them to achieve. But then we'll now begin to look at, who scored the highest number.
All right, Prof, let's bring you in on this now. And what I would like to find out from you, we've seen the process go on, and more importantly, as people begin to cast their votes and actually exercise their franchise, more burden will be on the Independent National Electoral Commission. What's your biggest fear? Because we are introducing novel processes to this our electoral system. Of course, we're speaking about the Beavers machine, the electronic transmission of results. What's your biggest fear? What hurdle do you think INEC will need to overcome to have a seamless election go on?
Well, I'm not worried about having a seamless electoral process. But what is important is that there are problems, as INEC itself has anticipated, they are ready to address those problems immediately. I cannot make conjectures about what I don't know will happen. If it happens, the important thing is that what does INEC have to address those problems if those problems are within the power of INEC? But if the problems arise from circumstances that are not under the control of INEC, rioting, disruption, and so on and so forth, then that will be a matter for the security agencies to address. But I think the best thing is to keep on focused and hoping that the voting process will go on. If and when a problem arises, then they will be dealt with at that point in time.
All right. We will now go to the Kano, where we have an exclusive interview with the NNP candidate, Rabiu Kwankwaso. It's good to have with you. All right, Gbenga, you can go ahead. Gbenga, we have visuals of you. Go ahead with your thoughts.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Steve. We have right here in the Kwakwanso town, right at the residence of the presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. Thank you for welcome to Arise News.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we saw the massive turnout. It looks phenomenal, breathtaking. We could hardly catch a glimpse of you casting your vote and the whole process of accreditation. Did this come out as a surprise to you?
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking all Nigerians, especially people of my ward, Kwankwaso. You see, I'm one of the few very lucky politicians. I contested the election in this, my ward, 30 years ago to be member of the House of Reps. And that turnout was like this. And it keeps on increasing anyway. And you see, many prophets, many leaders are not very popular in their home. But by the grace of God, I am. Not only this word, which under all circumstances, except for local government election that we had once, when I was about to vote and somebody came to whisper that they're announcing the result. I say, which result? They said the local government, the chairman thing. I say, but I am yet to vote. They say, yes, they have done it for you. So please, let's go. Except for that, no matter what happens, I win here. And when I'm a little bit much higher, this level now, the way I'm operating, they are still very strong in supporting us. So also in this local government, so also in the central, we are extremely strong, and so also in Kano. Because you see, even when you see is because that is where the criminals are going to rig election. And I'm so happy.
Displeasure earlier on that your name was missing on the ballot. Did we get you right?
No, no, no. You see, they directed me to a classroom where I was always voting. And they tried to get my name. They couldn't get it there. And I was directed to the next point. And I was lucky. I went there and voted successfully. So I'm so happy about that. My only worry was that the election here started after 11. And it's rightly pointed out, we have thousands of people there. And not only that, immediately I finished voting, the machine went bad. And now they are struggling to repair it. And only God knows when it will be repaired. And even if it is repaired, because of the time it takes for one person to vote, from my personal experience, it will take a lot of time, to the extent that I hope the staff will be patient enough to ensure that everybody votes in that particular place. And maybe this is not an isolated case. Maybe it's a similar thing elsewhere. And one other problem that we have in the NNPP is that NNPP is not written on the ballot paper. It's only the logo, and the logo was not looking good. You cannot understand anything. And that's why in some places they are saying, especially in Kano, when they go, they tell them to ask for Kwankwaso's party, or here we call it in Hausa, a party logo, fruits.
So is that peculiar to the NNPP, or just a poor delivery by INEC? How would you describe this?
I think we only know ourselves. I don't know of others. PDP, APC have been there for a long time. They are participating. They perfected, and PDP is written, APC is written. but ours, NNPP, is not written. So I want to appeal to our supporters wherever they are in this country to be directing our voters, to tell them that, look, you go and ask, because many people are not used to crowd, especially women who are always in Pada. You go there, even if you see somebody.
So that was Binga Ashiru there, correspondent, speaking with Rabiu Kwankwaso, the NNPP presidential candidate. And of course, we've still got our panelist still with us. Liberos, let's take a look at this scenario.
Well, before we actually move on,
yeah,
just trying to tie it up on my previous question.
All right, good.
All right, still to Liberos. We're talking about now that the ball has almost been shifted to the court of INEC. Talk to us about several of these teaching challenges they'll face and how do they overcome them?
Yeah, one of them is also, you also heard the NPP presidential candidate spoke about it. His polling unit was probably changed and he wasn't aware. He went to the old polling unit where his name was not in the beavers. And he also complained that immediately after his accreditation process, the machine stopped working. So these are some of the challenges that INEC also had envisaged. And I had expected that INEC, the same way they had promised that they were going to deploy, extra beavers to some of these places in the event that you have one failure. Beavers cannot fail your fingerprint and at the same time fail your iris at the same, So it means it's not functional. And if the machines are not functional and people had to wait, you still keep crowd, it's a big challenge. And considering what happened in Osun, this might also form basis for people to begin to question, the process. Where so far we could say the ones that have been monitored, yes, the process is seamless. But how about those areas where, a correspondence could not get to? So these are an area INEC should quickly, as much as they can, to quickly, raise a team to begin to look at areas where, there are failures. So that the praises and the accolade that we are showering on INEC now will not turn to, complaint thereafter. So this is one challenge. And then we can't overrule this issue of logistics also. I also saw a tweet where it was alleged that Okonjo-Iweala was complaining that materials had not arrived early at her polling unit. What was the essence of creating rack centers? Rack centers were created to ensure that materials get to all the polling units, at least latest by 9:30, barring challenges. And we're not even talking of the riverine areas now. So all of these are challenges that INEC should consistently envisage in the build-up to election. And now that we're also seeing them, INEC, I know they are listening, should also quickly, allow their teams in this area to rise to those occasions so that they are quickly nipped in the bud.
Very good, Liberos. Now, Professor Jinadu, still with us in Abuja, what major cues can we take from the Electoral Act in relation to the ongoing elections, you think? How relevant is it?
I think it is quite very relevant. And of course, the most important one is the provision for the use of beavers and some other dimensions of the electronic transmission of results. So I think that has been a game changer. I think also the increase in the number of IDPs and making polling units available in them across areas where there are IDPs is also an important plus.
All right, okay, I want to say thank you very much to you, Prof. We'll come back to the studio here with Liberos Oshama. Liberos, you touched on it, but I want you to expatiate on this issue of logistics. We have well over 176,000 polling units across Nigeria. Logistics is still a nightmare and a headache for the Independent National Electoral Commission. Firstly, do you think we've improved logistically in dissemination and also getting the sensitive materials to the needed places? You mentioned the nooks, the crannies, the riverine areas. And secondly, how do we tackle this logistical problem once and for all. This is 2023 after all.
Yeah, and if I may add, this is after an assurance from INEC
Yes.
that it is prepared.
They always
Regardless.
prepare. I agree that we are not where we used to be. Let's not pretend about that. Let's give INEC, some kudos that unlike before, by now, so in some cases, some materials are still not arrived in certain polling units. So we would say there's some level of improvement. But INEC needs to move away from this issue of either ad hoc staffs holding them to ransom in distribution of materials. Even in Benue State, there were allegations that result sheets did not arrive, in some rack centers. And so some of the party officials were of the view that if without result sheet and without the ink pad, that they were not going to go to the polling unit. So people at the polling unit will be waiting for INEC officials, not knowing what is going on at the rack center. And then you remember the incidents that played out in Lagos. Just a few days to the election, there was a court ruling on the logistic distribution of materials. So why you can recommend that INEC can track all the buses. So right with a click of their finger, they know where each particular bus is that is taking materials. But also, this is not a matter you just leave to Danfo drivers and Molue drivers to begin to distribute materials. We should evolve a process where INEC should be able to distribute these materials seamlessly and then also monitor these materials as they are being taken to polling units. These days, you have logistic companies that they sit down in the office and they monitor their vehicles across the federation. So why can't INEC, for example, you call INEC officials and say materials had not gotten to, let's say, Anambra, some villages, communities in Anambra.
But about the creeks, maybe in Delta State.
Yes, in the creeks. INEC should be able to tell you right there on the spot what is the problem, where these materials are. We've seen resident electoral commissioner track vehicles and boats that are carrying materials. So why is it that year in, year out, despite the preparation, we still have some of these challenges? We can look at the areas where it is all good, but you don't want to know what that man who came out very early in the morning to exercise his franchise is going through when by 11 a.m., past 11 to 12, materials are yet to arrive their polling unit. Also, the issue of beavers, fantastic, awesome. It has, truly reposed confidence in the process. People now believe that, yes, my vote will count. And then with the innovation that INEC now is empowered to transmit a result electronically. So people can, just like it happens in global best practice, people outside the country can begin to monitor the results, unlike the fake news that you used to have. But that said, INEC also needs to ensure that this issue of, I think a few weeks to the election, they also requested cash from the CBN for logistic issues. So if those money had been disbursed, what is still the problem? Why is it that ad hoc staffs are yet to get paid in some states? What is consistently creating that challenge that ad hoc staffs will hold you to ransom on the day of election? That should not even if it's one incident, it should not even come up at all. And because there are no consequences for action here, when after the election, when you go for retreat, these are areas I expect them to, look at and find ways to innovate better ways of managing those crises. What stop INEC also from having drones to monitor election and give reports, on the outcome of the election, the way it is going. So as much as we praise what is going on and what we're seeing, but also when we see some of these challenges, we should point them out to INEC and point possible solutions to actually, ameliorating these challenges.
Which brings me back to the question I was going to ask you, pointing out the challenges. Recently in Lagos State, I think a well-known transport union head, the court stopped his involvement
yes.
on 2 occasions, if I remember correctly. And we're seeing that kind of scenarios over fears that some of the challenges you just alluded to. So when we look at scenarios like that, why aren't we taking more proactive steps involving technology? Logistics companies, like you also rightly mentioned, could have been involved in all of this transportation of materials. And then the issue of monitoring them as well.
Yeah, so that's why I said that when people have trust in a process, it is difficult for them to challenge your decisions. It is failure of trust that's making people say, look, MC Olomo is partisan. So it's clear the party he owns allegiance to. So if you are engaging an institution that he is the head, how do you allay our fears that he's not going to tamper with the process? I had expected INEC not to say, well, we signed, or just tell us we signed agreement with individuals. And so it is when we have challenges that the management will help us, look out for this individual. They should go a step further by saying we have also deployed technology to ensure that all the buses that we are going to engage, we know where they are and when they leave, when they come back, and we have, the identity of everybody that is going to man those vehicles. That's what logistic companies do. So once you do that, and people after the election see that, yes, these materials move seamlessly, and INEC consistently is giving information for areas where materials have not arrived. You go to INEC website, you'll be able to get the information that, look, in Lagos State, there's delay because so and so and so has happened from a tracking room. It becomes easy. Tomorrow, nobody will question whoever you gave the contract to, but because they know that you're on top of your game. But when in the absence of information, rumor will thrive. And once rumor thrived, even intellectuals are turned to conveyor belts.
Lubos, I have a particular question, but we'll hold on to that for a moment. Let's cross over to Amor Dofin here in Lagos State and talk to Ozioma Okoli, our ICE correspondent who is on ground to give us details. Ozi, talk to us.
Okay, so here in Amur Dofin Festac 1, the people in this community have started casting their votes already since 11 o'clock. And this particular word is the word of the All Progressives Congress organizing secretary, that's Comrade Ayodele Adewale, and you can see how organized this place is, contrary to so many opinions of people that Amur Dofin is going to be a battleground in terms of violence. There is nothing like violence here. Everything here is going on smoothly. You see people well aligned. They are on the queue and then casting their votes. Everything is going accordingly. They are very, very civic about their responsibilities, and everything is just going as planned.
Very good, Ozzy. Now, like you said, there were concerns that Amur Dofin, because of its cosmopolitan nature, might have some acts of violence or what have you. But the scenario, as you painted, seems peaceful. So we've seen a couple of policemen behind you and near the ballot boxes. But generally, on your way to that area, how would you describe security presence in that regard? Ozzy, can you hear me? It seems we've temporarily lost communications there with what we can see from the visuals. Some of the voters trying to cast their their votes, and things are going orderly. There hasn't been any major reports of violence in any case regarding that, that scenario.
I'm not even positive because usually, there were talks building up to this election that we're meant to see more Igbos because they are. There's a huge cluster of them.
And we also saw
in that particular area and those polling units, and it's quite a mixed bag we're seeing there. Igbos, Yorubas, and
I remember when the Labour Party candidate was campaigning through that corridor. We saw a huge crowd of people from.
That was what I want to find out from Jose. Yeah,
So,
what happened
to a
to
large extent.
what's happening to the people that they said they will come out in their numbers to vote? But I was coming back to you, liberals. Let's talk about the Beavers machine, the problems that have actually emanated from failures to actually come up and also do the required duties. Yes, accreditation, then voting. As we are already getting closer to official closing of the electoral process, that's 2:30. Talk to us. What are you envisaging? Because as it stands right now, I'm sure some people are on the sidelines taking notes, and they will certainly be going to court based on the fact that the Beavers did not perform to its optimal capacity in terms of accrediting and also giving people the opportunity to exercise the franchise.
From what I understand the Beavers to be, any Beavers that is not able to perform its duties, that machine is not working.
And what do people do at that point?
It's like your phone with your information, phone numbers already stored. Okay. So INEC has said this machine does not need internet to accredit because you already have this information pre-stored. So what it's basically doing is once you come, it calls up the information. It's like your phone, you have numbers stored on your phone. The moment you type 000246, it gives you possible names. So it does the same thing that Beavers does. So a Beavers that is not able to recall information pre-stored on it means it is not functional. So there's nothing to blame on it. You can't say it is network, or it means it is not working. And if it is not working, you don't begin to wait to find how to, you change it. Right. And which is what I need.
Very good. I'm so sorry to have to interject, but I'll come back to you on that. We still have Ozzy Okoli, our correspondent in Amuodofin area of Lagos State, to give us more insight on scenarios in that part of Lagos. Ozzy, if you can hear me, how would you describe the security scenario where you are at the moment in terms of police presence and the feeling of feeling safe by people in that area?
Well, the security architecture here is top-notch. You can see the Nigerian police officers making sure that people are aligning properly in line. You can see the security officer here controlling the people. That shows that everything here is moving on smoothly and adequately. You can see the serene atmosphere, the idyllic atmosphere in here. Everything is just going smoothly as planned. And so far, people have been very, very cooperative. They've been queuing. They've been taking their turns one after the other to go cast their votes. Presently, like I said at the very beginning of my running commentary, that this particular ward, Festac 1, is the ward of the APC organizing secretary, that's Comrade Ayodele Adewale. And you see how people are abiding by the rules of engagement. You come, you get to the INEC officials here, they take your PVC, your permanent voters card, they cross-check it very well to ensure that you are the person. The bimodal accreditation thing, that's Beavers bimodal system, they will use it to check and look at it very well to ensure that you are the person that is coming to cast your vote. And once they are done, you now step up to this point for you to go cast your vote. So far, this particular ward has been very, very peaceful, has been extremely peaceful, I must say. There is nothing like violence. There is nothing like indiscipline or rudeness or whatever that you can talk about concerning the anti-aspect of anything called electoral violence.
All right, Ozzy, we want to say thank you very much for bringing us up to speed with what is happening in Amuodofin area of Lagos State. We'll still be keeping tabs with you as the show goes on. But let's press it further today. And let's tell you that Section 134 of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution as amended seeks to bring much needed clarity about what conditions must be met before a candidate is ultimately pronounced duly elected president of Nigeria. For more on this, constitutional lawyer Liberos Oshoma is here with us, and another lawyer, Frank Tete, joins us from our Abuja studio. And let's kick it off with you, Frank. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, viewers. We're still live on Nigeria Decide. We're still live on the News Echo Room, giving news, latest updates on today's presidential and House of Senate election. And joining me is my co-host, BD. BD, are you here? BD is on ground in Lagos.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Lagos is fine. We're in the field. Yeah. I've already gone down there. Kosovo, Ikeja, local government, and it's really peaceful. Everything is going on well. But we just had a report from Osolo, Ajawa State, and Okota. People voting there. Obama is stopping them from voting. But I won't give you the real some went to that place to find out what is happening there. But everything is fine, everything is going on well. It's peaceful. People turned out well to vote. And another thing you talked about voting and defending your vote. What I say is that the finished voting and gone home, people are not yet to put the vote. That is one thing I see in Ikeja area as is here. So I'm going back to
so you are covering you're in Ikeja now. Ikeja police.
APC presidential candidate his vote, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He just finished casting his vote, him and his wife, and left. That was where I was.
Very good. Okay, we are connected to with a partner station in Nigeria, in Lagos, Rise TV. We are partnering with them in the live stream also. So please give us updates as you move. Now, what is the situation with all the equipment? We are hearing that the beaver is not working in some places. In some places, it is identifying people. A male is being identified as a female. And what have you seen about the beaver machine?
It's a normal thing. You don't expect all the beavers to work 100%. Most of them in Lagos here is working, but we have it like from Maiduguri, not just to work in that electronic material have not gotten to Savannah, even in the southeast And we'll find out that some electoral materials who are going to deploy to deliver to some polling units accidents on the road, but we've not got the real details of which polling unit has those electoral material.
Okay, which polling unit has those like that? Then what are you seeing with the turnout generally? Are there the places you've gone to? Are there good turnout? Are there good?
The turnout was really impressive. People came out very well to vote. It was really impressive. People came out, and the excitement. Nobody is telling them to stay on the queue. They are ready to vote and get their votes. People found that was impressive. It's encouraging.
Thank you very much. So this is PD Nana on ground for the SSM News Echo Election 2023 Situation Room. BD, please let's see more clips. Anywhere you are, we want to see some visuals if you can. We want to see some visuals. Our viewers are here. They've been here since morning. Very good viewership, and we are following. We'll go back to our partnering network station, Arise Television. Arise is showing us the what the INEC chairman is saying. There's an update that is going on now. Thank you, BD.
It's okay. I'll be with you soon. So thanks.
Thank you.
We have registered over 1.5 million nominations for political parties for agents at polling units level alone, and over 68,000 for collation at ward level, local government level, state, and 27 collation agents for the national collation as nominated by the 18 political parties. And we printed those cards and delivered them in the main to the states, where they were collected by the state chairman of political parties. But not all the parties nominated agents for all the polling units. So we did what we were supposed to do. And if there are issues, then definitely these issues will not be from the Commission. But we also realize, and that is why we created a portal, that parties would like to issue agents their own cards bearing only the logos of the party and the word agent written across. In this case, anybody can claim to be the agent of any political party at any level, resulting in some instances promotion during collation, where two or more agents will claim to represent a political party. And that's why we created the portal where they uploaded the names of the agents and the descriptions where they are going to serve as agents, as well as their photographs. And these cards were laminated and delivered to the states. One of the parties drew my attention to a letter. They said in one of the states, they were given a letter by INEC in the absence of the accreditation chart. But our officials at the polling unit level did not recognize those agents because they were not bearing the INEC accredited cards. I requested that gentleman to share a copy of that letter with me. He shared a copy of that letter, and it was clearly issued by his party, not by INEC. And when I drew his attention to it, he immediately deleted the message. So this is a clarification on the issue of agents. And I would still like to advise political parties that as we go into the concluding phase of this election, particularly when we go into collation of results, the Commission will insist that only INEC accredited collation agents will be admitted
into the collation centers. Finally, there was an issue raised by some of the political parties, particularly at the polling unit level this morning. They said that in some instances, the logos of the political parties were on the ballot papers, but the acronyms of the political parties were not on the result sheets. I need to provide this important clarification. The process of producing the result sheets is more complicated than the production of the ballot paper. For result sheets at polling unit level, they are polling unit specific, and they are in several carbonized copies that the commission will retain the top copies, the first two top copies, and then give each polling agent at polling unit level a copy, and one copy goes to the police. The process of producing the result sheet is a lot more complicated than the production of the ballot papers. So what we did on the result sheets was to provide 2 additional blank rows. And the purpose of these 2 additional blank rows is to accommodate any political party that we may be compelled to accommodate on the ballot paper by 11th hour judicial pronouncement. So those 2 additional rows are supposed to take care of that eventuality. So where you have a party on the ballot, but the logo is not on any of the result sheets, this can actually be added to the result sheets, for which rows have been provided accordingly. And the presiding officers and the collation agents are authorized to accept and certify and stamp the insertion of political parties where this situation arises. There are also unfolding situations in Abia and Imo states. In Abia, deployment is taking place late to the polling units. The commission is aware, but we are assuring voters in Abia state that no matter how late we deploy to the polling units, if voters are on the queue before 2:30, they will vote no matter how long it takes. So we are aware of the situation in Abia state. We are also aware of the situation in Imo state. Generally speaking, but specifically in respect of 4 local government areas: Okigwe, Uguta, Osu, and Olu local government areas. In the whole of Osu, we had issues in all the 11 wards. In the case of Olu,
interrupt this particular press briefing by the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud, and let's bring in the presidential candidates of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Of a leader is his ability to do what ought to be done at the time it should be done. Let them go.
My question is 2015, a lot of Nigerians will remember that Nigerians were learning to have a job for before one of the headliners said there's got to be a change. Why? Because the economy of Nigeria was in tatters in 2015. And what was said then was that we are broke as a nation. 2023, 8 years after, we're in a worse situation as what the economists are saying. And you just said now here that you're distancing yourself because you are sure Bola Ahmed Tinubu and not APC.
I'm not APC.
Yes, sir.
Is that not true?
That is very true, sir. So my question, sir, is...
You see, I cannot be the platform. I can only use the platform to reach the people. I can only pronounce, promote, and articulate my vision for my country, what I believe as a progressive government. Looking backwards, we cannot compare apple and oranges. Okay? What was the situation of the economy in 2015? The oil prices were up. We were producing 2 billion barrels of crude a year. What is the situation in 2019? We have a very deep dig in the oil prices. The production went to 900 barrels from 2,000. And this is a monolithic economy that depends on the oil production. Is it done by who? We have security that didn't do what they ought to be doing. We complain of oil theft. Our production capacity was small. We have a government that spent close to 15 years, if not more than that. I don't have the data. To amend and improve on Petroleum Act. They didn't look for the bottleneck. They didn't accelerate their collaboration with the National Assembly. They didn't get the private sector oil company involved. They didn't keep their promise. That's why we operated them. They went away. The challenge.
Welcome. That's are you there? Dr. Osi?
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Osi, sorry, I kept you waiting.
No, it's okay.
We are partnering with Arise TV. So Arise TV is giving us some updates, and we are following situation on ground. So what can you tell us, Dr. Osi? You're welcome. This is we're still running. Yes, we're still running the 2023 presidential election, and updates are coming in. We've been having updates. So what do you have, Dr. Osi? Dr. Osi, what do you have? How is your corner? What's like the voters turnout, the beaver machine working, all those stuff? What do you have for us, Doctor?
We've been doing well so far. As a matter of fact, I got the seriousness on my way back from voting. I couldn't find a ride. I couldn't find a ride, not a bike ride, not a keke ride, not a vehicle ride, because I think people are scared of the vehicular restrictions, which was okay for me. So I'm joining late because I had to take my time. I had to, be safe too. Even while I was doing that, I was looking up for security and the rest of them. But to answer your question, it's been an amazingly impressive experience. Very amazingly impressive experience. We are witnessing for the first time the kind of election so far. So let me use a blanket statement.
So far,
we are witnessing, yes, for the first time so far, some kind of respect building event. Because I know most of my friends in Ghana, in Uganda, in South Africa, they're all watching. They're all waiting. They're all saying, let's see what will happen to Africa through Nigeria. So in Abuja, here we have been very happy. So far, so good. Very happy. A couple of issues here and there. Beavers malfunctioning. But remember that INEC kept their promise in places that I know. They kept their promise to have spare Beavers machines, that they will rapidly deploy, to be able to keep the event going. I had BD say something like people staying in line. As a matter of fact, you don't need to be told that. I didn't see anybody who didn't have a PVC that was available. There was none, because INEC warned about that already. Said that they will be dealt with by the law enforcement agents. So, and the process is quite quick. I think they were prepared for this. Quite quick. The capturing the all the events before the voting itself. And then there are some jokes too. Some people in line are asking for food. Some people in line are asking for water. But most of us went there with ours, so it didn't quite. It was just a joke, because that everybody is going there for the same event. So it took us the same processes. But outside Abuja, all my networks, Calabar is having a stretched beavers problem. I don't know why. I really don't know why. The one or two polling centers there, would get back to me to say the kids are agitated. They are looking at restiveness. I said, no, tell them to wait. That INEC they know what they are doing, because I am hoping that if what they have there is faulty, they definitely will bring in something else, and then to be able to make it possible for them to vote as soon as possible, at least before the voting ends. All we need is a little patience. We're going to get this one so right this time that the whole world will be asking us how it happened. That's brilliant.
Brilliant. And let me tell you that 3,000 people are listening to you. I know these 3,000 are probably viewers from the other end, Africa, other parts of Africa, other Europe. 3,000 people are listening to you. Now, I share the links to all my people. Yes. Awesome. We've been having good viewers from the morning we set out. Let's analyze things. We saw a clip in a town in Kano, and that's supposed to be Kwakwaso's region. We saw a clip where some of the people were screaming, "It's time to let a Southeasterner lead us." And we also saw a clip where some other crowd too were saying some other things. So, how do you feel? How do you assess people's voting? You're not a spirit, so you can't go into everybody's polling booth and see what is happening. But what do you think? Who do you think are people's favorites, people's choice, from your perspective?
Okay, Mark Godwin, this is really quite insightful. I'm happy you asked this question, because yesterday, before the close of business yesterday, my colleagues and I were speaking about this. It is not because it is a Southeasterner. Really, this is my response to you. It is because there is competency, character, and courage put like a tripod before Nigerians. And I will explain what I'm saying. My colleague in Kano, his name is Sam. He's very impressed. He's very happy, and he's not Southeast. He's not Southeast. He's not even from any of those. He's from Southwest. And he's saying to me, if it was someone else that had this quality, I will stand and fight for the person. So it shows you to that whether it was Southeast or South whatever, the character that he's talking about has been seen as a good Nigeria personified. And I'm saying this with so much pride because I'm Nigerian, not because of anything else. So yes, what you're saying is correct. Let nobody deceive you. Nigeria became this. Nigeria has learned, and we've learned so well that we are taking this further even after now. I am telling you that my country is going to become that country with examples for all aspects of governance. And I see it. It's so easy. Why wouldn't it be? It's so easy. You know, once you get it right, once you do it right, you get the result. You see, what I saw today, you know, had never happened before. People were nice. People were cheerful. Somebody said, "Good morning, sir." Oh, you know, thanks for coming. I thought he was an official. He was just happy that many people are there. Come on, you know, this is what's supposed to be a day that friendship begins. I got some new numbers today. I got some new content. People who really want to understand. Because I told them about SSM. I told them about news echoes. They didn't know about it. You know, they didn't know about it until today.
Yes, I think you probably added to the huge viewers. Yes, I think so.
You know, I keep telling everybody because they need to see what is happening. This is our story. My God, this is our story. This is the way we should talk about this. It is not in absentia. Nobody will tell anybody this story. It is your story to tell. So my idea was, let's share it to the rest of the world. Let's share it amongst Nigerians who have not known us before. But I think what we are doing today, this analysis you and I are doing, the voting, the calmness, the beauty of the people. People are bringing out their hearts to say that tomorrow will be better for us in this country. I mean, it's brilliant.
Tomorrow will be better for us in this country. What will you say of this the new age voters? These new voters that we've never had before, young people, students. I mean, that class of people that has never done anything like this before. Were the turnout good? Were they there? Did they come out, or was it just internet frenzy thing that they've always been doing? Were they actually put into practice what they've been saying?
If it was just social media, my Godwin, you know, we wouldn't have seen them there. Statistics says that over 16 million voters were added from that age bracket, and they all came out to vote. Well, a good percentage of them came out to vote. But it is the fortune of our future. It is the fortune of our future, because what is happening now, it has just launched. It just launched. So it's going to go all the way. The only way we can kill this spirit is if somebody rigs this election today. That's the only way we can ruin this beautiful spirit. So anybody who is still planning, who is still going about making whatever, let him go home and rest. Nigerians are speaking for themselves. They are voting their conscience. They are deciding who takes over from President Buhari. And that takeover will mean people who are voting now are ready. The team join the bandwagon to make the country great. And believe me, those of you who are outside the country, maybe you are coming home for Christmas. Maybe you, my God, is coming home for Christmas.
Hopefully.
What will keep you, nothing will keep you from coming home for Christmas, because whatever we prayed for is happening.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's go on this short break. Some people are making various comments and wishes from different corners. So please be with me. The viewers are on. We have good number of people watching, and this is it. Nigeria Decide 2023. We are going to the polls. We are voting, and you're tuned into SSM News Echo team as we give you the real-time update on what is happening. So thank you. Stay with us and get the election updates.
Hello, fellow Nigerians. This is Chinwe from Lusaka, Zambia, wishing Nigeria a free, fair, and successful election. May God help us. Amen.
serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Oh God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
Actual scenario we are facing, the candidate with the highest number of votes will not be declared winner unless he has 1/4, that is 25% of the total number of votes in 2/3 states. That is in 2/3 states, in 24 states of the 36 out of the 36 states of Nigeria. Now, and the FCT. The implication is that you will have to become president. You first of all have the highest number of votes, and then you will now proceed to also have 25% of the entire votes cast in the FCT. If you have more than 25, if you have more than 25% of the votes cast in 2/3 of the states, and you fail to secure 1/4 of the votes cast in the FCT, we might be heading for a second election. The contemplation under Section 134 is that there is a possibility of having 3 elections. And in the second election, if we ever have it, it will have to be between 2 candidates. One, the candidate with the highest number of votes, again, with the candidates, the second candidate that has majority of votes in the highest number of states. Majority contemplates in legal definitions having more than half the number of votes, that is more than 50% of the votes cast. If that is unlikely, the candidate that has the highest number of votes will now be paired up with the candidate that ultimately won. He didn't win, but he only had the highest number of votes. Mind you, the second candidate does not need to have the second highest number of votes. So long as he has a majority of votes in the highest number of states, then he can proceed to the second election.
Very good, Frank.
After the second election, we don't have a candidate that has the majority of votes.
All right, Frank. You've made a very valid point there. Well, let me go to Liberos and to ask him still on the same matter. Now, in terms of electoral tribunals and conventional courts, because people need to make a clarification on that. In terms of territorial jurisprudence, if I may use that word, which is more supreme, and how significant there will be aggrieved parties, every now and then.
Yeah, when you talk about territorial jurisdiction and the aggrieved parties on which of the issues now? Is it the outcome of the election?
The outcome of the elections, and people, I'm not, there's still 1 or 2 issues I still have to take care of. I'm not happy with the outcome, and we have facts to, make our case.
You see, let's start from the process of collection of PVCs.
Yes.
There are people who had registered to vote and who for no fault of theirs had been disenfranchised by INEC because of the fact that they couldn't collect PVCs or their PVCs are nowhere to be found. A client once came to me and said, look, I want to challenge this process. I registered and I have all the documents, but INEC is yet to give me PVC. What can I do? We need to challenge the process. And we look at the entire gamut of the law. Yes, you have the right to challenge, but what will be the outcome of such challenge? Are we asking that elections should be postponed until he's given that right to participate in the process? If you do that, I know Nigerians will cover my head. And look, you vote, these are the people they want to use to postpone the election. You know, that's on one side. And here, while we're seated here, I received messages from across, you know, the entire Lagos Island, the Lekki Axis, including from Rotus, like Ikate, Legushi, and all of these areas. There were thugs destroying ballot boxes, and everybody ran away. And but in some areas, army had been called, the Nigerian army had been called, and peace had been restored. So in such area, my colleague and brother, Frank Tete, talked about substantial compliance.
No, first of all, I've been literally on my toes on this. Frank actually just made a statement about sections of the Electoral Act being contravened by the APC presidential candidates.
Including the PDP vice presidential candidate. When he was granted that interview, the two interviews, and I said, look, these are clear-cut contravention. It's almost akin to campaigning on election day. It's almost akin to promotion of a particular party and a candidate on election day.
But he scoffed when Frank said that 6 months jail term, 1 million
that is what I said. That is why I said.
Saying that it's just a letter and not there is no enforcement.
That is why I said that we've seen where EFCC chairmen have been, you know,
sent to jail,
cited for contempt, and they're asked to go cool off in prison. Who enforced it? You know, so that's the challenge. You have. That's why I tell people sometimes our problem is not lack of laws, but lack of the willpower to implement the existing laws. So you have beautiful laws, but at the end of the day, who implements them? Which brings me back to substantial compliance. Who determines substantial compliance? INEC and the court, not you, not me. And so
hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're tuned to News Echoes. News Echoes. We're giving updates on today's election. And presently, a lot of people have voted. We have pictures of our president voting. Dr. Osi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Very good. There are pictures flying around. We just saw the president vote. That's Mohamed Buhari. We also saw the LP presidential candidate. We have pictures of him voting. He has voted on all Kwankwaso, Atiku, and his vice. So now, Dr. Osi, let's talk about Nigeria. Why is Nigeria issue? You just sent me something that will be on screen very soon. A lot of foreigners, a lot of people are interested in what happens today. Now, what's special about Nigeria and this election? Why this big buzz, this attention all over the world? Here in Europe, if news announcements have been going on, and News Echo is also doing its own. So tell us, Dr. Osi, what's the significance of this election and Nigeria, and the importance of Nigerians and global issues, geopolitical issues, and the rest?
Okay, I'm going to come from a very personal experience. I run an open university in Uganda in 2019. After we finished training, a good number of people, and they saw their certificates. The leader came to me and said, "Excuse me, Doc, this is not saying anything about Nigeria. We reject it." You know what that means? It means
What does
that
that
if they don't if they don't identify with this country, it is nothing. This is personal, private experience. So you can imagine that level, middle class people who are supposed to be, what's it called, executives and teachers and whatever they are in their country. They love the fact that Nigeria is in the lead. We need to follow. So to answer your question, why? We are half the population of ECOWAS region, half. So if we are 226, the remaining half is the rest of the region. Can you imagine that? So without population, we are West Africa. Everybody wants a piece of the action from that region. So the beauty of Nigerianness in all of it is our population, our intelligence, our creativity, and our willingness to stay there and do more. Nigerians are not being called upon all over the world because it is because they are non-performers. It is because they are performers, and maybe one or two of us to go in the wrong direction. But it's in every history. There is no country that doesn't have it. But on the real deal, Nigeria is everything every other person is looking to be, and I am happy that is going to happen as we are all deciding now our fate. By ourselves. We are picking our leaders with our own hands.
Good talk. Good talk. Real talk. Also adding to the real good talk on today's News Echo election situation room 2023 is our brother and friend, Big George. George,
Yes.
How are you this morning?
I am awesome.
I know it's still morning in Canada.
Welcome, George.
Dr. Osita, it's good to see you. I've been listening to the news.
Good to see you, man.
Yes,
Good to see
I've
you.
been listening.
Good to see you.
Yes,
welcome.
A lot of people are happy that we are putting this out on a day like this from the diaspora angle. People want to know what's going on in our country, and thank you for being part of this, George. Thank you for.
It's my pleasure.
So how are you seeing it? How are you seeing it? We know you're in Canada. Yeah. You're in Toronto.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But the world is becoming a village. So what you guys are seeing, what Dr. Sita is seeing in Nigeria, I'm seeing here too. And I just want to, while the election is really going on, there is something that has been burning in my heart since yesterday, and that is what Buhari has done. He has outdone himself so far. In considering the preparation for this election, the man actually wanted to, leave a fantastic legacy behind, and he has done so. And seeing what is going on around Nigeria in the polling units and everything, and the preparation with all the security apparatus that has been, given already, I am very, very happy and very glad. And I know for sure that if the heart of Buhari, if his internal desires do take place in this election, I am quite sure that every one of us will be happy. He's a very, Buhari is a closet obedient. That's one thing that I can tell you. I'm saying it generally all around, because when you see what has been going on, the man wants to leave a fantastic legacy behind, but also he wants Nigeria to succeed at this moment. And given that opportunity, Nigeria as a whole will rejoice. And what I'm seeing around, I saw one of the clips from Enugu State, where somebody came and wanted to, disrupt the election, and he became a casualty. And I'm quite sure that is happening throughout the whole. That's a very good message right there. Don't come bring that evil in our nation. We are moving forward. We are moving forward. I know it's not going to be completely and absolutely perfect, but so far I am very happy with what I'm seeing.
Very good. We are moving forward. You said something about Buhari being aligned to obedient, but he just voted for APC.
It's
you saw
okay.
the clip.
He's a closet. He's a closet. Buhari is a closet obedient. He is a closet obedient. I'm saying it openly. Yeah. Yes.
But he just voted for his party.
Well, he's being forced to do a lot of things that otherwise he would not do. Because he have to be politically correct. That's what I believe.
He has to be politically correct. Now, being politically correct, Dr. Osi, we know that, like you said, politically, economically, Nigeria is very important in Africa, in the world. And you said a lot of things. You said it's also richer than Nigeria is one of the richest countries in West Africa, and considerably having some powers. Nigeria imports oil, as we all know, and half of this oil goes around the world. Many countries buy our oil. Now, politically correct, do we see Nigeria using this oil income we've been having? I mean, we make so much money from oil. Do we all see this oil becoming something of value to our economy and not just going to the hands of some individuals? When that ship goes out and it comes back, the money is spread to a group of people and not for the benefit of the citizen, like we see in other countries that produces oil. Do you see that changing in the new leadership 2020 today, by tonight or tomorrow morning, when the new leader will emerge? Those see.
Our oil is Bonny Light crude oil. It's called BLCO. It's the best oil in the world. We're just that lucky. It is raw material for a spectrum of things. What we have done since exploration and exploitation started was to create wealth from BLCO, and it worked. Gowon built everything that he built in Lagos, the real Lagos that we know, from our oil. The following, the following leaders, did the same thing. Today, we cannot say that. Instead, we're talking about borrowing, we're talking about debts, we're talking about that. So anybody who has the interest of our country at heart and takes the helm of affairs, anybody who becomes the leader of this country, we go back to that source, because that resource will make us everything that we hope to become. We're going to move from consumption to production. And if we're talking about that, we're talking about being able to use what we have to creatively produce what the world needs. And that, my friend, is the beauty of being Nigerian. We are here, we have the resources. All we need is a good navigator who will take us through the maze. And then by the time we come out at the other side of the spectrum, we are well and good. It's going to be some work. It's going to be some work. Being able to come back to the days of oil production and wealth and success is going to be some work. Some input must be made. But I know that Nigerians are there. I know George is going to come in from Canada. I know you're going to come in from Italy. This is our hope, that people who know what to do with the things we have will come home and do them and create wealth. And in creating wealth, it's going to be that, just that, beauty and balance. We are ready.
Beauty and balance, we are ready. Thank you very much. George, somebody, a comment is coming in here to affirm what you said. He said, what the gentleman from Canada said about Buhari is right. Though wrongly managed and made many Nigerians or they go harder time. But some of us don't want to agree with this. I mean, he had the power in his hands. It's one thing to have your power in your hands, is another thing to have the will to put out that power. You know, some leaders, I mean, leaders have power. Not it's that's automatic. The people have given you the mandate to lead them, but there has to come out of you that will, that determination to make a policy and make sure your policy favors the citizen. So I don't agree with you and this gentleman that is saying Buhari was right.
Can
I
I
mean,
say something?
if a leader has not been able to
let me just interrupt you for a second.
Go ahead.
You know Dr. Sita right now is an academician, right?
Okay.
Dr. Sita, if you were to put him in power today, where would you like to, what ministry would you think Dr. Osita will really, flourish more than ever? You see, Dr. Osita is an academician. So if you were to put him as in the Ministry of Education, he will flourish so well. Look at what is going on. Yes, Buhari fought for power for so many years, from the days of Yaradua. And he kept on fighting and fighting. He's been in court, like according to him, 30 months and all those. Buhari flourishes when it comes to things like this. That military personality that he has is still within him. All through the 8 years of Buhari's administration, I can guarantee you, if he knew what to do, he would have done it. But he flourishes when it comes to things like this. And this is where you see in him flourish so well. When he said, I am going to give a mandate, this election must happen this way. I am going to make sure that I bring a lot of people, a lot of security apparatus to make sure that the election goes well. Given the mandate to become a Nigerian president, it's not easy. Some people were ruling through Buhari. We've seen that. Even his wife mentioned it. Because for many years, the man was not well. So a lot of people were doing things and controlling what was going on. Right now, I think that that man is in his best physical or mental, emotional state. And he is looking towards one direction, making sure that this election goes well, that he will hand over and become another father of democracy in Africa. And he is succeeding so far. So, and yes, indeed, he did not do well administratively. And yet, it is okay because it's darkest before dawn. And that's what Nigeria is facing today. All the difficulties that Nigerians are facing, it brought them to cry out to God, whichever one they are worshiping, the Almighty or Allah, to cry out to God and say, and the Lord now is, I believe, will answer their prayers. But listen to this, though. This election is not over. It is not over because I'm gonna predict what might happen. If you remember what we have been discussing about democracy in Nigeria for the longest, when it comes to presidential election, we have not done what we're doing right now. It has always been written. After the election, they go back and they write it. 8 years ago, that's exactly what happened. I told you when John Kerry came to Nigeria, what took place? The election was over. Did you remember that?
Very well.
Jonathan Era?
Yes.
When he came to Nigeria, something took place prior to John Kerry being sent to Nigeria. 3 ex-presidents from Africa went and appealed to Jonathan and told him, listen, step down, you will be honored as one of the fathers of democracy in Africa. And he came out shining.
Okay.
No, listen to this now. Let me finish quickly. So what is happening right now is I'm gonna say this. They will try to do the same thing they have done in the past 8 years and 4 years ago. Nigeria will run into a chaos. They're gonna try to do it because they know what to do. They know what to do. If you understand what I'm saying.
We all know when it comes to election in Africa, the morning, the initial moment goes well, but as the day begins to dawn and the day begins to go, things change. We know that. That's how it's always been in Africa election. So, but let's get some update from our media coordinator on ground in Lagos, BD. BD is in Lagos, and BD is going from one pool to the other. She's trying to assess things from a journalist point of view. BD, what do you have for us? What's going on? What's the update?
Yes, I'm now in a solo. Like I told you, I was in the Kosovo local government. I was in the Ikeja, All Progressive Congress candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu cast his votes, and after he left, so we now had a news that SOLO is discussing Igbos in a solo local government from casting their votes. So I'm now in a solo. But the new development is that 99% of polling units in Lagos State don't have result sheet. No result sheet in Lagos State. 99.9 polling youth in Lagos State don't have result sheet. So I don't know what INEC is doing. You got electoral material, there's no result sheet. What is your intention? So that is what it is. I just arrived here now. So let me give you this. I'll still be giving you the other. I'm already so. I want to get to where the problem is. I just want to give you this report. There's no result sheet in Lagos State.
There is no result sheet in Lagos State. Gentlemen, you can hear that. Osita, George, this is BD on ground, live, real-time update. She's telling us Lagos State, she said some places don't have result sheets. So what are the implications of this? Osita, what do we have with this situation when there are no result sheets?
I think we need to wait for her. I think we need to wait for her to bring the reasons home. We need to know, because if there are no result sheets in Lagos, there's a particular presidential candidate will lose everything completely.
Okay, BD, did you hear that? We wait for you to give us the complete updates. We want to hear yes, thank you very much. So that's BD Nana reporting from Lagos. Go ahead. Go ahead, BD. Okay, I think we lost her. Yes, coming back to the discussion. The man, the comment coming in from one of the YouTube corner is still supporting George. He's still supporting George. I don't know, maybe that's an APC man. I guess he's an APC man. But the thing is this: I am looking at it from the impact in the ordinary citizen's life. I mean, if things has gotten so bad that people can't feed, people don't know where the next food is coming. I mean, it got so bad. I mean, the numbers are there, George. Yes, we know Buhari has. You see, what you people are missing is you're missing his morals, his own ethics. You're missing it with leadership power. So a man could be a good man with good morals. He doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink, he doesn't womanize, he believes in all that. But when it comes to leadership, that same man could be a weakling. When it comes to leadership, that man might not have that willpower to say, let's do this and let's do it, and stands on it. And also, leadership involves intelligence. If you don't have enough intelligence on things, you're not informed on new things. You take note, this is a new era. Nigeria is in the new era. So your leadership style of 80s cannot be matched with leadership style of 2023. So for me, I'm scoring him below average. I mean, terribly below, because we went from a pretty not too bad country to a very, 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 very failed nation. The numbers are there. Economists say it's poverty capital of the world. all that. So I mean, I don't know what your ratings are, but this is what is on papers. This is what the number says.
Okay.
So
okay. Let me follow up with what George is saying. George's rating is now. He has so very carefully refused to go back. He very because it is too late now to begin to judge the man from over 8 years. I stand with that. And you know why? Because the man you are talking about was military. When people told me about
oh yeah, I think we lost Osita. Yeah, George, go ahead.
And I said to these Nigerians, where in Jonathan's career did he have apprenticeship about becoming Nigeria's president? None. He was a college professor who was brought, just like his examples, who was brought into governance by politics. The same thing with Buhari. So give me 1 minute on this Buhari issue. Buhari was brought in there. He left from the military, a military where he would say one word and people would walk the street and implement it. But the thing with politics is that a cabal will surround you and starve you from realities of the world. First 10 years they starved him. Second 10 they starved him. Until all of a sudden he started asking himself, who am I going to leave this country for? These people who are around me here that are not doing well, or people who are going to come in and continue to destroy. Fearlessly, he was investing in someone else who wasn't in his party. And the reason being that he found out that everybody who had been talking to him about who Jonathan was, how the country was run, they were all lying. They were lying about oil. They were lying about governance. They were lying about income. So he was being sent to borrow. The man is infuriated by the fact that he was being sent to borrow. Even people who came to the state and started building things, he never asked them to do that. He never asked them to do that. When he found out that they were doing it, he said, to hell with this. Imagine what happened to those people too. So what we are saying is that because the time is small, because we have very little window for this change, let's encourage the trend that is going on now. Whether he was weakling or whatever, the man was shrouded by the fact that the cabal wanted everything nasty. If he was a nasty man, he would still stay with them. The country, would derail, and he will leave. So let us pray that everything he has put in place will work, that he will punish anybody who has done wrong, and then let us also hope that.
Please, gentlemen, our partner of Arise is giving me a signal that there is a real-time update going on. So let's listen to Arise.
Right for the country.
Yeah, let's listen to Arise and see what Arise has as we go on. Thank you very much.
Can you hear what they're saying?
No,
so
I think
far?
Can you hear
What
what
is the
they're
problem
saying?
here?
the volume is distorted.
There are so many challenges. We came out early. By 8 a.m., we already gathered here. We had to wait for INEC officials and the materials to arrive. Unfortunately, they didn't come. I was sending
Can you
situation
hear what
reports
they're
to
saying?
the situation
Yes.
room. By 10:35, the canopy was installed. The INEC officials arrived. Then accreditation started around 11. But there were so many other challenges. One of them is that they came without stamp. Secondly, there was no ink and pad. I personally had to call a bookseller who now supplied inks and pad. I had to supply ink and pad to 023, 084, Greenfield, and Star Times because there were, I don't know whether it was intentional or it was a mistake on their part not to come with pads. They were rubbing pen on the tips of the index finger, and it was not good because the images, the stamp, the voting was blurred, so I had to go and get stamp for them to start voting. So that was the challenge we had. They started very late. Now I had to go to 084, who had not finished voting because there was just a new polling booth that was created, and begged the INEC officials to send their stamp here. But they said no, the INEC officer here had to call the SPO, who will now instruct them on what to do. But luckily, just now, just about some minutes past 2, the stamp arrived. So we're just believing God that those people that have already voted, that their ballot papers will be stamped for it to be valid. So that's what we are presently.
Okay, so the validity of the vote of the electorates now who came to cast their votes is in question.
Yes, without the ballot paper stamped with INEC stamp, it's no longer valid. So we are just trusting God that INEC will do the needful by making sure those ballot papers are duly stamped with INEC stamp. That's where we are.
Okay, so at the moment, what is the situation now at the moment?
This polling booth, polling unit has the highest number of voters in Agor. We have more than 1,000, and I can tell you that not more than 200 people have voted now. So we have about 800 voters waiting to cast their votes. That's one of the biggest challenges we have. And INEC had already said that 2:30 voting should end. How do you end the vote while about 800 voters have been disenfranchised already? So I don't know what INEC is going to do, but we are trusting God that INEC will do the needful by making sure that people are not disenfranchised and they have duly voted.
Okay, so your what you were able to tell us now, were you able to pass it to the INEC officials to find out if the time can be extended?
Honestly, I had to deny myself queuing because I'm a physically challenged person, so I had to drive from one polling booth. I've supplied them ink. When I realized INEC did not come with their inks.
Okay, so let's still get some reaction from some people here, at least from the lady. Can you tell us your name and your experience so far in this particular polling unit?
My name is Ugoke Oluchi Benandien. I was supposed to vote here from the card. The card signified that my polling unit is Babewe. But when I checked it with the online thing, it was another center. And that is the major problem that people are having here. Majority of people here are not supposed to be here, but their card said they are supposed to be here. But the original, when you check it online, it's not supposed. They are not here. So if not because I was able to check my own earlier before now, I would have been here struggling line with other people thinking that my unit is here. So if they can actually mobilize people that will be able to tell people around to check with this online stuff so that they will know whether they're actually here, because the population here is not supposed to. According to the list, they said that the list, the highest is 100 and something, but people here are more than 1,000, meaning that there are some people that are not supposed to be here, but they are queuing up here because of the number given them in their card. So I don't know if you can help to let people know that this is not where they're supposed to. Let them check that online instead of using their card to check. So that is the only thing I want to add to what he said, because what he said, you are seeing it. So if it's a lie, you are seeing everything that's happening within the axis. So that's the only thing I can say.
So what is your name?
My name is Ugoke Oluchi Benandien.
Okay, gentlemen. Okay. You're also hearing what is happening there. That's Okota in Lagos, and you get your George. You heard what is happening in Okota. Now, like I said earlier, African voting is in the morning. The initial morning arrangement goes well, but at a point in time, as the day begins to proceeds, things goes the other way. You begin to see a lot of people that have been disenfranchised, a lot of people that have not voted, a lot of people that couldn't get to their polling station, and all those stories. So, what will you say about this for now? What's your take on this, George?
Well, the truth of the matter is logistically, like what we have been saying before, you will have situations like this. Like I said earlier, it will never be perfect. I remember when I was a political observer, election observer in Nigeria 8 years ago, what actually took place in some of those elections. So I was in one jurisdiction. By the time it was 12 o'clock before the machine and everything came, so it was chaotic. So you will always have these issues, whether it's done intentionally or not. Like the Naira recoloring that took place. They had a motive and they wanted to achieve that aim, but logistically, they did not plan, to put together a strategy that will help people out, and if they meet obstacles or situations along the way, how to handle those things. That's one of the major problems we have in our country, whereby you have a plan, but you don't have any contingency, backup plans in case things doesn't work out well. So that's one of the major issues. So what you're seeing right here will be happening in so many locations in Nigeria, for one reason or another. And it might not be intentionally done.
Well, let's hope that it's not intentionally done, because take note that Okota, as I know, Okota in Lagos State, it has more of southeastern dwellers there. Okay, Dr. Osi, you casted your vote. What will you say about what is happening in Okota? Take note, we're also having 15,000 viewers with us following what we're doing, 15,000, and they want to be updated. Dr. Osi, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Somebody asked me this question. As a matter of fact, one of our colleagues called in the Ambassador Nat. The truth about it is that the situation is different by city. In Abuja, we've had a very civilized experience, highly civilized experience. We have people who finish their voting, they come home, they are playing music, they are happy, they are eating, they are dancing. There are some people in Lagos who might not get home until midnight or even tomorrow. Why? Because of the situation on ground there. So let me also very quickly say that, yes, Okota is Solo, all those areas, they are where the Southeasterners are. But remember too, that remember that it is possible too that even the people who are fighting them there in Okota, will also fail to get the votes. That's the truth. So if they are doing that because they are fighting them, yes. So let's pray. Let's pray that that INEC will listen and extend the closing time, and then let's also pray that those parts will appear. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you. Sorry. BD, I think is still the same location. BD is that Okota?
I'm saying it is not the station. I have Honorable Jude in the Mogo. Honorable, letting us show the sun in the only Igbo man in House of Assembly in Lagos State. This is his unit. So let me put him on line so that you people can speak with him. You can't hear me now. You'll be hearing him speak.
Hello.
Honorable Jude, yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. we lost the audio. BD, we can't hear him. I think there's a small glitch there. Yes, Dr. Osi, you were saying something. What happens in one location might not happen in another location. But what my take is that I know Okota very well. I lived in Lagos, and I'm very conversant with Lagos and its environment. Okota is more of the southeastern dwellers, and Okota also has it's actually more like you being in Igbo land in a part of Lagos. So if they have targeted Okota, and like the lady said, and the other guy said, voting materials income, now if that is happening, I'm not trying to make you feel biased now. I'm not trying to incite anything, but don't you think it's intentional? Don't you think then they know this number of people here might want to vote for a social candidate, and they've decided to stop them from their rights? Dr. Osi, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think George answered it. We don't know. We don't know. It could be intentional. It could be a mistake. If it's intentional, the question we're asking now is what will be done? How do we resolve the intentional attempt to disenfranchise people from performing their civic duties? That is it. So if there are things that we can do, if it has happened before and we have solutions, let's bring them out. Let's begin to find solutions to this now, because if we don't do it, nobody will do it for us.
If we don't do it, nobody will do it for us. BD, we didn't hear you. Sorry, we didn't hear anything the Honorable said. We can't hear you. Your audio is on mute. So you probably need to unmute your audio. BD.
It's not that. It is the tool she's using. If she can talk directly to her phone, we will hear her. Because I tried speaking to you guys from my polling center.
Yes.
It is the earpiece that she's using.
Comments are coming in. Our numbers are growing. We have 15,000 people. 15,000 people online with us. It's sad that we can't hear BD. BD is on ground, but we can't hear her.
If you can help her, can she hear you first and foremost? Can she hear you?
Okay.
Was she hearing you?
No,
if she can hear you, tell her to move the earpiece.
Okay.
Otherwise, she will waste, standing there and wasting her precious time.
Okay, let's go back to my partner network, Arise TV. There are some more updates coming on. Let's hear what Arise is saying.
Okay.
Based on the present situation of things?
Yes, there should be an extension because we came late. So there should be an additional hours of like maybe 2 hours, maybe by 4, so we can give enough people to vote because it's their right. People must vote, so there will be an extension.
Okay, so is there any attempt to bring in more INEC officials to come and help you?
Yes. We've made contact of some of our people that they are done with their votes. So by the time they count their votes, they've done the necessary thing, then they'll come and join us.
All right, so just continue what you're doing. So you have heard from the INEC official who says that definitely the time of voting here will be extended by at least 2 or 3 hours. Well, it depends. And then with the extension too, they are also expecting more hands to come help them out, the officials, from those who must have finished in their various polling units to join them in this polling unit to make sure that things work very fast. And then to bring up to speed, because from what we are looking at here and what we can see, a whole lot of people are yet to cast their vote. And we've been told that this particular polling unit is the largest in Okota, in Agor Palace Way, Isolo local government to be precise. And from that, we can also talk to probably the police officials who surely should be having a tough time controlling this mammoth crowd. So, sir, how have you been able to? Okay, they are running away. You know, as usual, they will not want to talk to us based on the fact that they need authorization to talk. But from what I've seen so far, the Nigerian police security agents here I can only see one person. I don't know where others are. And we have a very huge crowd here. Probably these people have been able to comport the activities very well. They've been very, very civic about it. They've been going about it the normal way. Probably that is what.
Thank you very much. So, gentlemen, we will go back to, let's see if we can get back to BD. BD is trying to log in. BD, we want to hear from you. But you
It's
need
okay.
to
I can tell you very well now.
Yes, but we didn't hear what the honorable said. We hear him all the time. So can he repeat? Can he repeat what he was trying to say?
It's okay. I said I'm in Okafor Ejibo. Where we have Honorable Jude Idimogo, Honorable in the State House of Assembly, the only Igbo man in Lagos State House of Assembly. This was where he cast his vote, and he's there. So I want people to speak with him directly. Can I give him the mic?
Yes, but make sure you don't take it off. Let's so that we can hear him. Go ahead, give him the mic.
Sure, you can hear them. Here, remove it from me. Can you hear them?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes,
I can hear
can you hear
I can
us?
hear.
Go ahead. Go
Yes,
ahead,
I can hear you. My name is Honorable Jude Chukwuemeka Idimogo, a serving member of Lagos State House of Assembly. This unit is 080. It's my unit. That is where I casted my vote. I've casted my vote. It's located at Ejibo, Okafa. In fact, Alimi Bada number 11. That's the unit. Everything is going well. We are not too many. The issue is that people are just not patient. Okay? People are not patient. If the number that is here now is less than 100. And the bottom line is that INEC law says accreditation will start by 8:30 and 30. Those that are their number, they were to. You understand? So that is the truth. But you know, we are not patient. And so a quarrel came on after the quarrel came on because of different interests. But the issue, nobody is influencing anybody. You play as both the way voters. Then they are doing their best. The issue of they were saying result sheet, I don't know about that. I'm not an I'm really if they have result sheet, they don't know them until they are finished casting their vote. I don't know their procedure. I'm not but they're going peacefully here. Normally, in a political setting, because of the interest involved, a lot of people are also trying to but there is no fight. It's just little exchange of words, and that's all. And now they are calm, and things are going on.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes, we had you loud and clear. You're speaking to about 15,000 Nigerians in the diaspora, and we've had you well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm grateful. God bless you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes. Gentlemen, is coming here. Somebody is sending this in and said a friend sent him this in the morning that from Lagos that the people in Aguda area were told to go home if they were not to vote for APC. Do we call this free and fair election? So this is that's a statement from one of our channels. What Dr. Osi George, can you guys see that? He said in Aguda is Sulere, and Aguda is another place where you have more southeast Nigerians residing. So what is happening in Aguda? What will you say if you guys were there? Is this free and fair election? Indeed, it's not. Dr. Osi.
Well,
Okay, yes, Dr. George, Sir George, let me just say one word. We said this before, and I think we cannot say these are somebody sent you something, sent to him by somebody. It is not like it's a breaking news or a news flash, but I believe that it's happening. I believe it. I say it's peaceful here in Abuja does not mean that these pockets of issues, are not trickling in. This is politics. This is election. This is what we know, and it happens in every country. Every country. Trump lost an election and wanted to enforce it on people. It is the play of power. The only role I love that we play here is that we contribute our own intelligently, brilliantly, creatively to helping make it work better. So, and we have been very careful not to be partisan. We're human beings now, we should have our own interests, but we keep saying it in a way that it should be said, to make it good for everybody who is listening and also help them make decisions, intelligent decisions because of tomorrow. So the Aguda story, I know Igbos live in Aguda. Igbos live in Aja. Igbos live in Isolo. Igbos live in Festac town, in Satellite town. Yeah. So if it keeps happening, it is also playing out the threats that have been said even before the election started. But the question I'm asking is, did they receive these threats and just keep quiet?
Oh, dear. I think we're having some network issues there. George,
Yes.
you were going to say something. Yes. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm just gonna, just back up what Dr. Sita is saying. These things will happen. If you remember, in the United States of America, in Georgia, they just finished, their investigation about Trump's issue, and it wasn't 100%, fraud-free. There were some illegal things, but it wasn't enough to make a dent on the election. So you will have pockets of things like this. People, they get up in the morning and they decide, I'm going to do this way, regardless of what is going on. This is my own take into it, and they will do whatever. So it is quite natural that you will see issues like this every now and again, because humans are still humans. Regardless of the law you put out there, some would want to do what they want to do. Like for instance, with all the warnings that are going on, we reported this morning about an incident in Enugu State where somebody now decided to come out with gun to disrupt the election and met his fatal end. So the people will always do that. Yes, I believe that it did happen, but would that be enough to make a complete and absolute dent on the whole entire electoral process in Nigeria? I don't think so. It might touch a little bit here and there, but this is what is really happening. So generally,
This is what.
I believe, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Let's match up with the partner network again. They're giving me signal of some updates again, and let's just be taking it.
And more especially, we people of the Southeast is supposed to be a mandate to be sons and daughters of Southeast to come out in to make sure to cast our vote, because this is the greatest opportunity to us.
That's why if I have opportunity to serve, I serve the people and not steal their money, because it's by His grace. I am very optimistic.
I'm very confident with what they are doing. I just appeal to them to continue to keep peace, maintain orderliness, and maintain peaceful environment for democracy to take proper root.
we definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work.
I'm happy that at least I have voted. I was a bit worried when I got here by 8:30 and there was nobody.
Our most peaceful campaigns all over Nigeria, one of its kind, as long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just.
Yes, gentlemen, you've had it from we've had it from all the candidates, and we are taking it that their report is what it is, free and fair. All of them have voted the presidential. I'm talking of the presidential candidates. They've all confirmed that they went to their polling vote, they voted, and it went smooth. So let's hope that these same words stays till tomorrow, stays till Monday, because at a point in time, everybody begins to say different things. This is how
I am, generally, I mean, when you have gone through some bad experiences in the past, sometimes when good things are happening, it's kind of difficult to believe it. But right now, at this particular moment, I've said it before, and I am not afraid to say it again. A particular presidential candidate who was there 2 years ago, or 8 years ago, and 4 years ago, and saw the way things were done, will try to repeat the same thing this time. He will try to do that. And I'm telling you, he will try for this election after every hoopla and everything that is done. They want to go back and repeat the same things that happened in the past. But hopefully, my hope is that the current president will not allow that to happen. That is what I'm saying. Because they want to repeat the same exact thing that happened 8 years ago and repeat the same thing that happened, 4 years ago. Because he was there when it did happen. And therefore, he will try to do the same thing again. So, but hopefully, the current president will not allow that to happen. Because if it does happen, Nigeria will go on fire. You can take it to the bank. It's not going to be sitting well at all.
It's not going to be sitting well at all.
No, it is not. I know all the people will be afraid to say this, but I am saying it openly to all the people listening today that the election process might have a little hit, a little bit of problems every now and again or here and there. But it's not going to be so big that it will affect the totality of the whole process. But somebody will try to do the same thing that they did 8 years ago, 4 years ago. And if he succeeds in doing that, watch and see what's going to happen from tomorrow in Nigeria.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. So, let's talk a little about democracy. Let's talk about this form of governance that humanity has chosen. Do you believe democracy really works in Africa? Do you believe it's working in Nigeria? I mean, the democracy as they define is the government for the people, by the people. But somehow, some people have jacked it up and they've not really made it for the people, by the people. They've made it for themselves, by themselves. And this is what we see in Africa. So do you believe this form of governance will linger long in Africa? Because I will personally say that the way we were back in the days in Africa, the monarch system and all that was somehow really worked for us. I mean, we all know of the Benin Kingdom, what you have today as the Edo people. The Benin Kingdom was one of the strongest kingdoms in the world at that time because they had a king. And the king style, the kingly role worked so well at that point in time. You know, people followed up. People were obedient to the king. Delegations were well carried out. Everything was going smooth until we now started copying this white man's style of governance. Dr. Osi, what will you say? Democracy, is it working for Africa? Is it working for Nigeria? Is it working for you are coming from that school of thought?
Democracy has a script. It has the rules of engagement. It is not a bad system of government. But when you go off the rules, when you become black-headed, and you go off the rule, you behave like a black man in a situation where there are rules. You come into a parlor where everybody is talking about what should be done. And all you know is what you want to do yourself. But because you're too big, you have extra power, you stand up and walk out on them and then go establish your own rules. Then democracy is dead. So in most African countries, it is name only democracy. Name only, because they have missed the mark. They have ruined the rules, and they are bending everything to favor them. Look at the country where National Assembly.
At well past 2:30.
I mean, all I can see that points to anything INEC. Well, I don't know if this belongs to them. It's just some pieces of table and chairs, that the officials should have used to set up under their tents. Nothing else. Nobody looks like an INEC official around here, and the voters, just like you heard them, are already frustrated. I have some of them with me who will be talking to me about their experiences so far today. One of them will be joining me right here. Madam, thank you very much for joining us on this live telecast of this election day here in Lagos. Where are we? This is Adebayo Unit
071.
Tell me your
just
name,
by Dowen College. My name is Mrs. Izabo. We came very early this morning, very hopeful, ready for a free and fair election. We came prepared. We came and we took numbers very orderly. We are ready to vote. And up till we are talking now, INEC, we have not seen any sign of INEC. And by 10 o'clock, we got a number from somewhere there of an INEC representative, and we called her. And she said, sorry, we are coming. And we waited. Another hour, we called again.
This was about
11 o'clock. We called again. And she said, sorry, we are coming. And we have called again by 12. She said, we are coming. Sorry, INEC is coming. They are coming with the materials. And as we are talking right now, we've not seen any INEC. We've been here and we're still waiting. And we are waiting because we want to vote.
So how long more can you wait? It's just about 3, and by 3...
We are going to wait here till 6 o'clock. We'll be here.
Wow. Nee, you heard them. That's how determined the people are. They've been waiting here all day. Some say they've been here since 8 a.m., some before 7 a.m., waiting to, expecting to cast their votes. But we all know what the situation is now, but they are determined to wait here until 6 p.m., according to the lady that we just spoke with now. I have another person here, a prospective voter who has been waiting here all day to equally tell me what, give me his perspective on what is going on here. Please tell me your name, sir.
My name is Toby.
Toby what?
Toby Joseph.
And you have your PVC?
Yeah, I have my PVC,
here.
Everything. First time voter as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me your experience.
I got here at about 8:30, walked all the way from Ikate, thinking I was even late because apparently accreditation was supposed to start at 8:30. Got here, there was already a queue. We picked our number, and we've been waiting since then. The only sign of any INEC officials was like 2 buses came asking if this was 079 or 073. It was the wrong polling unit, so they had to go. We've called the number on the INEC directory. The lady just said, "We are coming. Please bear with us. We are coming." I think I overheard someone saying they spoke to someone from REC or something like that, and the person was like, "Oh, we're still in Ikota. There's commotion, so we can't come." We're even asking, "Should we bring vehicle?" They're just not answering. So we're still here, Sha. We're still here, to be honest, because we can't leave.
Did you check when the waiting was getting this long? Did you make any attempt to check another polling unit around and see if your names could be pasted there and see if you could vote?
Yes, several people actually went. So I think there's a polling unit at the mosque. And no, this is our polling unit 071. Yeah.
Those who went to that other
Yes,
polling unit,
they couldn't vote, so he told us how to come back here. Yeah.
So the lady I spoke with now said she's prepared to wait here until 6 p.m. How much more are you prepared to wait for because you want to vote?
I'm going to be here till night. We die here. We won't die, but we die here. Don't worry. First time voter. I didn't leave my house at 8 o'clock to leave here at 2. We're here till the end.
All right, Tokumbo, I would like to find out from you. You asked him the question from the reports that you've gathered since you have been on the field. Talk to us. Is this just in that polling unit that they've not gotten materials and they've not seen INEC officials? Around the Lekki vicinity, what has been the mood like and what has been activities like around the Lekki vicinity there?
Well, Aaron, let me tell you that I've been on the mainland, and this same problem we encountered with some voters who equally had the same complaints somewhere in Ikeja, that they went to their polling unit and they did not see any INEC official. I don't know if you can hear me clearly, because the people are actually very frustrated here and their noise is overshadowing what I'm saying. So if you can hear me clearly, let me just listen to them, then we can continue this conversation.
They not appear, they not bring materials to vote. Today 25, today Saturday, election. INEC is not coming here. They not bring. You cannot vote, eh? You cannot vote to no election for Lagos State. If I not vote to no election, I want to be the guest in the election for Lagos State. If I not vote for the college, it's my right to vote. See my PVC, here I'm on vote.
It's our right to vote. We must vote. At the 071, Dowell College, Adebayo Dorati Road 14. Yes. Since morning we are here. We are more than 300. Some people have left. Yes. We are here. We must vote. We are here to count our votes. We will vote.
Another thing that I'm observing in the people here is that many of them are first-time voters. Do you understand? And that is very key, because this is what make most people feel like this is the only thing that connects us to Nigeria. So it's not about what they are voting for, but the experience is what people are clamoring about. Yes. When you vote, you feel a satisfaction in your mind. Even if the person you are voting for loses, you know deep down inside you that you have done your part. So majority carry the vote. Do you understand? There's no sentiment. If the people on the other side are larger than you, there's no problem. But let people have their experience. I'm connected to Nigeria when I can vote. I'm a legacy voter. This is my third time of voting. Do you understand? I've voted in last 2 elections. Do you understand? So there's no anything. It's all about passion, connection. This is the only thing we get from Nigeria.
Thank you very much. I'm very sure the authorities, the right authorities, are listening to these frustrated.
Gentlemen, you're all listening to what is going on. We are having real-time updates. That's our partner network, Arise News in Lagos. So you're hearing this, Dr. Osi. You're still of the opinion that this could be happening in some places, but you in Abuja probably didn't have this experience. But before then, I want to welcome Godwin Ibe. Godwin, you're welcome. It's good to have you on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Watching, I'm on it.
Good.
Yes.
We've been streaming since the morning.
Welcome, Dr. G from Russia.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Yeah, I've been watching it sneak bits while on my way here. I've been following up.
Thank you very much for joining. So a lot has been going on. You're seeing real-time updates on the streets of Lagos. But Dr. OC has a different view to that. Dr. OC, what will you say? This is the third one now. We've seen Okota in Lagos. We saw Sulere Aguda. And now we're seeing this somewhere in
Lekki. In Lekki, yeah.
So, and you're talking of numbers now, and we know election is about numbers, and this number of people are not getting their rights. So, how do you put this, Dr. Osi?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. If there's anything that we can do for them, if there's any kind of advice that we can give to authorities, and who are these authorities? Are they going to listen to us? We are here sharing what we know with the rest of the world. Something must have happened, and something is happening. Like I told you, that there was a beavers problem in Calabar, which has been fixed, and they voted. I'm praying that with this INEC officials saying that they're going to extend the voting by hours, that these people who are just 300 of them, I mean, in 1 hour, 300 people should have been able to vote. So let's pray. Let's pray that something happens. This time, there was something Dr. Godwin said yesterday about time. It is too little time now to be, to not be positive. So if we become pessimistic about what is happening now, we're not bringing solutions. We're just talking like other people. We're just talking like other people.
We are positive. We are positive.
We cannot be other people, because we are doing this for the sake of our country. We are doing this because it's in our hearts. So I pray, mine is prayer, mine is action. Let INEC be called upon to do what they should do. And then let's use the final hour, say between now and 4:35 p.m., when the elections will have ended, by extension, that every issue that is going on now in Lagos would have been handled. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. Godwin from Russia, are you there? Godwin,
yes.
Yes. What are you following from your corner?
Well, if there are these complaints which we are seeing, it's obvious that the time is extended, but a few hours to rectify these problems. Let's remain positive and hope that it will be enough, and if not, INEC will consider it wise to extend it more, because we need everyone to exercise their voting.
Yes.
We know that the process of getting the PVC have been very far from perfect, commendable, but far from perfect. It would not be wise to create additional problems in terms of time limitations. And these people who have finally made it to the finish line in terms of getting their PVC are finally not allowed to vote. It's just unacceptable. So the INEC should really look into it. It's unacceptable that anyone who passed through the stress of getting the PVC is not being able to vote. It's just unacceptable.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much. Let's get some messages. Some people are wishing, some Nigerians in diaspora are wishing Nigeria a good turnout today. And one of them is here.
Hello, fellow Nigerians. This is Chinwe from Lusaka, Zambia. Wishing Nigeria a free, fair, and successful election. May God help us. Amen. Hello, fellow Nigerians. This is Chinwe from Lusaka, Zambia. Wishing Nigeria a free, fair, and successful election. May God help us.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call, obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation.
Right now.
Can you hear me?
Can hear
Yes,
you.
yes,
Godwin. Oh, good. Sorry for
I
that.
can hear you.
Yes. There are more real-time updates. The partner network is sending to me, but like you said, we don't want to hear too many of the same complaint. What we want to hope is a remedy solution to all of this. There is still time, and INEC has the right to also elongate the time frame for those areas that have not been voted. So, but we were talking on something, Dr. OC. You were talking on democracy, and we were saying, has it really worked in in Africa, in Nigeria, Dr. Godwin? There was a discussion going on earlier, and we were talking of leadership, governance, and democracy. I mean, democracy has done well in the Western world. It has done so well in some places in the Western world. In some places, though, but in Africa, it has become a leadership by some people for their own people. You know, it's not really for the people, for the masses, the citizens. It's just a clique of people, a group of people that has enjoyed all of the democracy in Africa. I mean, Nigeria is a case where we have the bourgeois, those that have really held on to power for their own benefit, their own gain, their own, you know. So has it really worked? Is this thing really working? Will it work, Dr. Godwin?
Mhm. A great question. Has it worked? Um, mm, I would say not really. It hasn't worked. It's far very. Let me not say it hasn't worked. I'd rather say it's far from achieving its potential. Far from achieving its potential because we still have some basic problems with democracy, fundamental problems. First of all, is it really democracy? Do what is the till before I'm speaking before the election, so don't take I'm not speaking about this particular election, I'm speaking about historical, and there's no aim to discourage anybody. Let's get that straight. Now, historically, there are some problem with the fundament. The first one is, do the people believe in the system of voting? Number one. Number two, do they believe in the system of governance? That's in the governance. Do the average man think that the government was really by the people and is really for the people? I think these are the definitions of democracy. It's democracy of the people, yeah, by the people, for the people. So let's take away the of the people, because we know well it's self-evident that the government is ruling over the people. But the part for the people and by the people, do the people think that the government was chosen by the people, and do they think it's for the people? If there are questions, if an average person doesn't believe that, then there's a lot that needs to be done. Then also we talk about the constitution and federalization, and the regions. Do they feel that they are well represented on a governmental level? Is the constitution seen as fit for purpose in terms of overseeing the affairs of Nigeria? There's still lots of questions. There's still lots of questions. I believe so many people will agree or constantly argue that the constitution definitely needs to be adjusted to represent the regions well. And then the other usual problems in terms of how accessible is corruption. Corruption is everywhere, even in the democratic established countries. If we take one of the oldest democracies in the world, let's say the United States, for example, there are also people who don't believe the January 6th, the election, the last presidential election was fair. There's so many, well, that's why so many people were there on January 6th, and they have a January 6th probe. So democracy is an evolving thing. Um, it's an evolving thing, and it's far in the case of Nigeria, it's very far from achieving its potential, and it has to do with the institutionalization and addressing those fundamental challenges so that a tyrant, a maniac, a very corrupt person will still be limited in what he can do. And also, many of these things stand from patriotism, really. A lot of people are after their selfish interest and really just about their themselves and their family. Like the idea of Nigeria, like, I'm Nigerian for Nigeria. I'm so proud of my. I want the best for my country. No, I'm just trying to. I really want anywhere what you call the name Nigeria. People tremble. People, really say, yeah, yeah, yeah. They give you, they accord you some respect. The group identity is flourishing. This is something that you don't really see so much. I give example of Russia, for example. Despite the disagreements, the problems, you have, there's no one who has ever argued that there's any element of a lack of patriotism in the head of the Russian Federation. It's never been questioned. If you have a leader who can, it's never questioned their patriotism, their loyalty to Nigeria. Wow, then you begin to see it. In fact, for people to think that way, they must have seen the actions backing up the words. And these real, genuine desire will bring is the driving force that could bring the changes we need. And also, the government is an average of the Nigerian. If we have more Nigerians who really want to develop Nigeria, who want the best for Nigeria, there's a higher probability that the government will have those qualities. So the more the citizens have those qualities, the higher the chance that the government will possess those properties.
Thank you very much. That was a good breakdown. Oh, Dr. Osi, before I come to you, we've heard some very interesting quotes on democracy. I have a list here. It says democracy and voting. Some quotes we want to put out there. It said voting is the expression of our commitment to ourselves, one another, to our country, and to the world. And that was a quote by one Sharon Salzberg. Also, a popular man said, as democracy is perfected, the office of the president represents more and more closely the inner soul of the people. On some great and glorious day, the plain folks of the land will reach their heart's desire, at least, and the presidency will be adorned with the downright moron. Another person says, this one now is Abraham Lincoln, says, election belongs to the people. It's their decision. If they decide to turn their back on the fire and burn their behind, then they will just have to sit on the blisters. That's Abraham Lincoln. And Franklin Roosevelt, one-time American president, also said, democracy cannot succeed unless those who express their choice are prepared to choose wisely. The real safeguard of democracy, therefore, is education. And another president, one-time Vice President Lyndon Johnson, says, a man without a vote is a man without protection. And our popular Martin Luther King Jr. said, our lives belong to end the day. Our life begins to end the day we become silent about things that matters. And it goes on and on and on and on. And there's this one by John Quincy Adams, one-time American president, says, always vote for principle. Though you may not vote alone, you may cherish the sweetness reflection that you vote is never lost. The cherished sweetness reflection that you vote is never lost. Okay, so we have all these quotes by people that saw democracy from their own different angle, and a lot of them said what they said, but I still feel somehow, democracy is not working in Africa. Dr. Osi.
Yeah, and when I spoke earlier, I told you why. From my perspective, we are selfish people. We don't believe others have rights. We are tyrants by behavior. Once we get an opportunity, we don't want to leave the opportunity. All over Africa, there are life presidents. They will all die in office, and before they leave, they are trying to install They are trying to install their children as successors. So it becomes a private enterprise. There is no script in democracy that ever happened. So democracy is about quality. It's about what's it called? It's about qualifying yourself, preparing yourself, and going through the processes to be elected, not selected. So when it happens that people have just not done it right, we find a society, a country, a community that is completely abused by the power of one person or one person and his cabal. So yeah, let's begin to keep fighting that the electorate also too will be very well educated. They understand what democracy is in the first place and take their power from that. We lose power always because of poverty. We lose power because of power, yes, because of hunger.
We lose power because of hunger. We lose power because of poverty. But somehow it's changing, like you said earlier. George talked about Enugu and people coming to bribe them, and they all said, no, 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 this is not happening this time. And I got a clip also from some other corners where somebody was trying to bribe some voters, and they said, listen, we're not taking this time. Remember also in the Anambra election last year, where an old woman that wasn't, probably was going through a hard time in life too. But right there at the polling station, she was offered something and she said, no, my conscience will not take this. You remember that clip? So that means, yes, and she was compensated, she was honored. That means people are beginning to have a different mentality. They now know that money that small 5K, 10K doesn't do anything to better their lot. It's just the moment, stomach infrastructure, just the moment. Yeah, is that not so, Dr. Osi?
That's true. That's true.
That's true. So Dr. Osi, we'll be here till 4 o'clock Nigerian time. We'll take a break and we'll come back to round up the day till the night when we'll be hearing the results and all that has happened. So, but while we're still here, let's listen to more updates from the partner station, Arise station.
Yeah. Sorry. How long do you expect it to last?
Yeah, no, we'll be here all day, Big Brother. We'll be here all day, eBay. But we'll take a break by 4 o'clock. That will be 6 o'clock your time. 6 o'clock Russia time. We'll take a break, a 1 hour break, and we'll come back exactly 7 o'clock your time. And we'll run all through till tomorrow morning if you guys have the energy. I have the energy. I'm drinking coffee and I'm taking coffee.
Can I say something that might not be palatable? I'm out of power.
Oh dear.
There's been no power since last night, and I have used my alternative power. It has drained. I can't ask my staff to go buy me petrol because there's nowhere to buy petrol today. So yeah, in the next 6 minutes, because I'm timing. You can see me. I've been looking sideways.
Yes.
In the last 10 minutes, I'm timing myself, looking at what will happen. I'm sorry about.
No, it's okay. Listen, this is the Nigerian thing we're trying to end, and hopefully it will end today.
Exactly.
Now, listen to this, gentlemen. We'll be having very good views since the morning. Right about now, we have 17,000 people watching you. 17. So people are hungry for updates. People are hungry, but they want to know what's going on. And majority of these 17,000 are probably Nigerians in the diaspora and from other parts of the world too. So we'll need to give them the updates, and we'll be doing just that. Thank you very much, Dr. Osi. We understand what it is. We know it's an issue. We know those things, and that's why we want to end it, because we are capable of ending it. Electricity not being available in Nigeria is a sub story.
They have made it a luxury.
Yes, no, it's a sub story. We can't be in 2023 and we're talking of no electricity. It's It's unheard of. It's absurd. It's everything ridiculous. Whatever terminology you want to use. So this will end. I mean, we are human. Nigerians are human like every other people. We are creative, dynamic people, and a little of the effort from the government, we are ready to blow up and take the world to the next stage. So we understand what you're going through, and we know how it is. In fact, you guys are really, really resilient. When we talk of resiliency, it is the average Nigerians like you, Dr. Osi, because I can't pull through in that situation. I tell you, I'll probably just go out and bang my head on the wall, because how do you stay without electricity? You know, and I mean, but we appreciate you guys. We appreciate you guys. So comments are coming in. Somebody is writing this here. He says, Nigerian democracy cannot work for a simple reason. Nigeria is a nation of many nations, and we have not come together to define us as one nation. Dr. Osi, before you go, what will you say? That comment.
I think it's correct, because somebody yesterday was telling me that if you look at this election now, we are three countries running: the southeast country, the southwest country, and the north country. So it's like the Igbo country, Yoruba country, and Hausa Fulani country. Exactly what the young man is talking. So until we come together and call ourselves one, we cannot get democracy right, because democracy is about one country, not about multiple interests. If you have a party, stay in your party based on ideology, not by your personal definition of the party. If it doesn't come your way, you jump boat. You jump ship. You go to the next party. If that one is not working out for you, you jump ship and go to the next party. No, that's not democracy. Democracy has its own scripts and its own rules of engagement. If we don't work by the rules of engagement, then we're done. Like Dr. Godwin said, Africa has been difficult to practice democracy just for that simple reason. We don't believe in rules. The rules of engagement are there, but we can't follow the rules.
The rules of engagement are there, but we can't follow the rules. Let's go hit up with the partner network. I think it's still the crisis in Okota, Lagos. This is live coverage. Okota is still having that problem. People have still not been able to vote in different franchise,
so that the process will be fast.
They are not happy
Okay,
about
so
it.
we will also have to hear from the INEC officials. So many accusations have been channeled towards them that they are not fast enough. And please, we would like to hear from you, because they've been saying that the process here is too slow. Yeah. And I don't know why. Are you having any challenge that you can tell us so that we find a solution to it?
I don't have anything to say.
You don't have anything to say concerning the process. So can we also find out from you, with the situation of things at the moment, will the time of voting be extended?
Okay.
Okay, so the INEC officials are not willing to talk to us concerning whether there will be an extension or not. But from the look of things, it seems a whole lot of people, especially the people on this line who are queuing at the moment, they are yet to cast their votes. And you can see the line, the way it snakes its way towards the back. And a lot of them are still waiting to see if they can do the needful to cast their votes in this 2023 election, especially for the presidential candidates of their choice and the National Assembly representatives of their choice.
Dr. Godwin, let's round up with you. You're seeing what is happening there in Okota. Okota is a part of Lagos, and I know Okota very well. Okota has a section of the the southeastern Nigerians more. Yes. So what do you think of, what will you make of this Okota story? Is it an intentional thing? Why will some people be treated like that? And we also have Aguja. Aguja is in Sulere. Aguja is another place where we have that problem. And we also have Aguja, Okota, and there was a third one too. So what do you think make up of all this? Some people not having access to vote. This is their right as citizen. When we say somebody is a citizen of a country, times like this are when we show that right, that privilege we have, the privilege of being a part of a people, a group, a nation, and they are not allowed to express that privilege. What will you say?
Yeah, I would say everyone should come out and vote. It will be resolved, even if not immediate, but it will be resolved. Come out and vote, where as much as possible. It's good that there's video evidence. It's good that there's video evidence, so no one will come tomorrow and say, "Oh, it went perfectly. I don't know what that person was saying." So don't worry. There's video evidence. This will this will go a long way especially if the result is inconclusive, or if this part Okota or the southeastern or any other, it doesn't matter which region of Nigeria, if anyone feels disenfranchised, there's video evidence, and we encourage observers and people who are there to continue to send in video evidence what is going on. Let the INEC staff, of course, they will not and should not comment. Obviously, they want to keep their jobs. But you who are not INEC staff, you're the people who can provide the truth about what is going on. You who have not been silenced by salary expectation, you are the right people to submit the evidence. So I encourage you to come out even after and before voting. Try as much as possible to document evidence, especially video evidence, so that we all together with INEC can give Nigerians the best outcome, best possible outcome.
On that note, thank you very much, Dr. Godwin. On this note, I would want us to take a break. Some of the configurations and gadgets are looking like they need to get some relapse, So we've been on for about 4.5 hours now, and we've given some updates, and I do appreciate you coming by. So if you can be back again in the next 2 hours, so that we can conclude today and see how it has gone with our election. So viewers around the world, thank you all for tuning in. This is SSM News Echo, Schengen Story News Echo, and me and my guys have been giving real-time updates on the situation room with the 2023 presidential and Nigerian Assembly election. And we've been also having partnering with Rise Television. So on this, I want you to sit back, stay on. Those of you that can stay, but we're about to log back again in a few hours from now. Thank you. Live again. Thank you. Thank you, Godwin. Godwin, thank you very much.